listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Emily Gaffreo sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. That has become almost a four-letter word really quickly, it seems like, in corporate America. Let's check in with Simone Foxman. She is a reporter for Bloomberg News, the equality team there. She joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Simone, it just feels like in just the last several weeks / months, this whole DEI thing has gotten spun on its head, and now companies are running away from it, it seems like. How do you guys think that? Because I know you guys look at it holistically.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to see Citi yesterday scrapping certain diversity goals, removing the term, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So it used to call that division diversity, equity, and inclusion, and talent management. Now it's just talent management and engagement. And I think they're sort of emblematic of what federal contractors have had to do after Trump's executive orders. The executive orders that came out, early on in his presidency, they were very unclear. They said illegal DEI, but then really didn't go and describe what exactly they were referring to, whether that was anything different than companies had already been doing. No company really believes it's acting illegally in the vast majority of situations, and certainly not companies that had DEI programs. But plenty of federal contractors have really been scrambling to try and do what they need in order to signal that they're not thumbing their nose essentially at the Trump administration, and so they can maybe keep their contracts at the same time as they're facing all this pressure. So we're definitely, the pendulum swings. So this time it's away from DEI, but I think there's a lot of nuance to it and exactly what that means.
Let's talk about that nuance because, like you said, the pendulum swings. We know that companies have hired people in charge of DEI. I've seen a lot of marketing campaigns that had to do with it, and now seeing less of that. But what are the actual kind of changes that you're seeing post-Trump that corporate America is responding to?
Well, some of the changes have been just eliminating references to the acronym or to that set of terms. Meta, for example, it had a chief diversity officer. She's still there. She's just in a different title. Same thing when you look at a bunch of companies. They'll name them something different, maybe move them within HR, maybe give them a broader role. So that's certainly been one thing. One of the big things, and we saw this with Citi yesterday as well, was these aspirational diversity targets. So plenty of companies after the murder of George Floyd said, we don't employ enough people of color. We are trying to, we're going to get up to 30% by 2025 in this division of our workforce is going to be, black workers. That's reflective of our, or people of color. That's reflective of our underlying customer base. That specifically is something that many lawyers see now as legally risky, even if they're non-binding. That looks a little too much like quotas, which themselves are very, there's some discrepancy, but mostly prohibited. One other thing, mostly companies have removed programs that only allow people of, Hispanic people to apply to an internship or fellowship program. Now it's open to everyone. Some of this has been ongoing ever since the Supreme Court decision that overturned affirmative action, but there's definitely been a groundswell of getting rid of anything that's remotely legally risky.
Stephen Miller, who is now the White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, he's historically been pretty active in these anti-DEI efforts. How much influence is he having, do you think?
I'm sure he's having influence. This is all sort of his brainchild, okay. But it's there are several conservative activists here who really are leading this playbook. It's not, from what we understand, necessarily being driven by just one person. There's a broad agreement among several people in the Trump administration that DEI should go away. But I think there's also an acknowledgement, and I was on a webinar by an anti-DEI activist yesterday who was acknowledging that, once all this stuff rebrands, he was telling listeners, we still have to go after it. it. It's just going to look different. And so now we're going to have to figure out what it is.
It's something similar to ESG investing. That
exactly.
has been rebranded in several
Net
different
zero,
ways.
climate focused.
Yeah.
Belonging here is a common term. Really, the focus on inclusion. Underlying, it's going to be interesting to see what companies try and truly preserve, because there are things like, oh, well, we created a mentorship program to help women get ahead. Well, okay, if it's only open to women, and again, this is a question mark, maybe that's now legally risky, but is any mentorship program bad? Maybe many companies would say, no, we should have more mentorship programs. Maybe it was started for women, but maybe it's now for everybody. There's also, also bits and pieces of, like, we want to invest, we want to bring more people of color in, so we've got to go out to places, HBCUs, for example, and hire them. It's not clear that that's gonna go away.
Right. All right, Simone, great reporting. Thank you so much for joining us. Simone Foxman, reporter for Bloomberg News Equality Team, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Again, red on the screen, although we are off our lows for the day. The Dow's off about 370 points. Again, a big contributor there is United Healthcare stock trading down due to some Department of Justice investigation. So, Emily, thank you so much for joining us here today. Appreciate the stopping in. Alex Steele will be back next week. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Balance of Power with Joe Matthews next after this global news update.
Backing off a little on a proposal for redeveloping Gaza into what he once called a Middle East Riviera.
I'm not forcing it. I'm just going to sit back and recommend it, and then the U.S. would own the site.
He was asked about Ukrainian President Zelensky's contention that he's been left out of peace talks with Russia.
He's been in the meetings for 3 years, and nothing got done. So I don't think he's very important to be at meetings, to be honest with you.
Luigi Mangione, the man accused of gunning down United Healthcare's CEO, has a status hearing this afternoon in New York. CBS's Nikki Batiste is there.
Mangione faces 11 charges in New York, including terrorism-related murder charges and weapons offenses in the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December. Thompson, a husband and father of 2 from Minnesota, was shot in the back. Mangione has pleaded not guilty. He also faces multiple charges in Pennsylvania and in federal court after a 6-day manhunt ended with his arrest in western Pennsylvania.
Just 3 months away from his trial, the rapper known as Diddy faces a new crisis.
Anthony Rico filed a motion Friday morning in a New York federal court to withdraw as Diddy's counsel. In the document, he says, quote, "Under no circumstances can I continue to effectively serve as counsel for Sean Combs." He doesn't say why, but he does say there were sufficient reasons. Diddy's lead counsel, Mark Agnifilo, is still on board for the trial that begins in May. Cooper Lawrence, CBS News.
7 people have been hurt, 3 critically, after an explosion at a resort in West Maui. David Flint was there when it happened.
We were swimming down in the pool down at the Sheraton, and suddenly there was just like this huge, like, earth-shaking boom. Like, you could tell it wasn't like a firework or something somebody planned.
The latest on the Pope from CBS's Vicky Barker at the Foreign Desk in London.
Pope Francis has now been in the hospital for a week, being treated for pneumonia and a complex respiratory infection. Vatican officials say he got out of bed to eat breakfast this morning, and he continues to keep up a light work schedule. But it is not clear when he'll be cleared to return to his quarters in the Vatican.
The Pope's doctors say he's not out of danger, but his illness is not life-threatening. Wall Street, the Dow has lost 372. The NASDAQ is down 148. This is CBS News. Baseball fans of a certain age will remember when the late catcher Thurman Munson defied the New York Yankees' no-beard policy by growing one. 49 years after George Steinbrenner imposed that rule, today his son Hal says it's time to put it in the past as long as beards are well-groomed. There's been a big change inside the Oval Office.
In a Truth Social post, President Trump says the Resolute desk has been temporarily replaced with one of 6 others available to sitting presidents. He says it's being lightly refurbished. No word on why, but Mr. Trump's swap comes a week after Elon Musk's 4-year-old son X accompanied his dad during a news conference, picking his nose and wiping his finger on the desk as he fidgeted and taunted reporters, even the president, while his father held court. Mr. Trump, a known germaphobe, assures the desk, first used by President Kennedy in 1961, will be back. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
And I'm Peter King, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The Votorama is over. Now comes the hard part. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the Senate clears a budget resolution just before sunrise. Did you stay up all night? They beat the House, setting up a possible standoff now between the two chambers. This is when it gets interesting, and we're going to jump into all of this with Terry Haynes at Pangea Policy. He's back with us here on Balance of Power. Elon Musk wields a chainsaw, literally, on stage at CPAC. Consider the metaphor here as we explore how his moves to cut federal spending are playing with Bloomberg Business Week columnist Max Chafkin. He'll be with us. And analysis from our signature panel here on this Friday. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors, with us as we stand by for news from the White House. Donald Trump is talking AI and the energy needed to lead the way here. We'll have more on that after we check Wall Street. Let's get to it right now with Charlie Pellet, his hands on the markets in New York. Hey, Charlie.
And good afternoon. Good day from New York. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all moving lower. Do want to begin with some headlines out of Washington, though. President Trump reiterating 25% tariffs on cars effective April 2nd. Also says he would let AI companies have their own power plants. Right now, we've got stocks lower across the board. A 34-point drop on the S&P 500 index, down 0.6%, 6,083 where we stand on the S&P. The Dow at 43,807, down 368 points, a drop now of 0.8%. And NASDAQ is down 144, a decline of 0.7%. Spot gold at $29.36 the ounce, down 0.1%. The 10-year 4.45%, the 2-year 4.24%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.1%, 70.98 per barrel of WTI. Well, certainly on the minds of investors, concerns about tariffs. Tiffany Wilding is North American economist at PIMCO.
So you certainly have evidence from the first Trump administration that increases in just policy uncertainty, economic or trade policy uncertainty, does hold back hiring, does hold back investment, as businesses are more unsure of what the rules of the game are.
And moments ago, President Trump reiterating 25% tariffs on cars effective April 2nd. Apple is removing its most advanced feature, end-to-end encrypted security feature for cloud data in the United Kingdom. Now, it's all a stunning development after the government ordered Apple to build a backdoor for accessing user data. Apple shares, they're up today, up by 0.6%. So again, recapping, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all moving lower. S&P right now down 32, a decline of 0.5%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, good to see you. Happy Friday, Charlie Pellet. You made it to the threshold of the weekend on the fastest show in politics. Welcome to the Friday edition here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio channel 121. We see you on YouTube. Do you see us? Search Bloomberg Business News Live. Having survived the Votorama. We'll talk about this. Yeah, senators were working at 4:45 in the morning. Were you? Not that often to make up for it after spending so many hours outside of the nation's capital. We actually got a vote. Something actually happened in Washington, actual news. As we stand by to hear from Donald Trump, he's talking right now in the White House. When they play it back, we'll have it for you, addressing the governor's working session, generating a boatload of headlines, as you just heard from Charlie Pellet. 25% auto tariffs, unlocking energy for AI. We'll get there. He's got lunch today with J.D. Vance. I'm going to swear in Howard Lutnick as the Secretary of Commerce a little bit later on, and then we'll do the EO dance. I heard Carol Massar talking earlier. She says Bloomberg Business Week is now the EO show. I see you too, Carol. But of course, we'll bring this to you as it all happens. CPAC taking place just a little bit down the Potomac River. Byron Donalds and Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, the headliners. Kristi Noem's going to be there as well. The featured official at tonight's Ronald Reagan dinner. So the Votorama, imagine 4:45 a.m. What do we have? Everybody but Rand Paul on board, at least for Republicans. 52-48, $340 billion budget. There's your framework. They got it done. What Lindsey Graham was talking about as a plan B yesterday, yeah, it happened. But before you get real excited, I want you to take a look at what Terry Haynes is saying about this whole thing. This week's good news, bad news. On the tax cuts bill, on net markets, positive. But here's the problem. Terry says you're going to have to wait a long time. Remembering, of course, the government's going to run out of money in the middle of March. Terry Haynes says markets will not see a final tax cut bill action until the second half of the calendar year, probably not the fourth quarter. Same basic timetable as 2017. So what does that mean? Markets think things as negative like tariffs will front run by months the positive parts of the Trump economic agenda. So what's Wall Street going to look like by then? Terry Haynes joins us right now, the founder of Pangea Policy on Bloomberg TV and radio. Every now and then I get a crack at Terry. It's great to have you back, sir. Happy Friday. That doesn't sound good to me when you market's negative. If we're waiting around to the fourth quarter to get this tax and spend bill done, what will Wall Street do in the meantime?
They will, to use one of the great press words now, they'll fret. They'll fret a lot, and meanwhile other things will happen, and they might be good or they might be bad. Earnings might be good, geopolitical risk might be bad, whatever. It's another testament to the difference between political time and markets time. Some of your colleagues have been opining and speculating, and seriously, I mean, they're reflecting markets by saying so. Is wondering where the tax bill is, and the president was inaugurated 1 month and 1 day ago, and Congress has been around for 2 weeks, longer than that. This takes a while, as you well know, and the audience well knows, because there's lots of hoops to jump through, and including figuring out what the budget is, figuring out what the deficit is, and that's really the starting gun. Once they do that, then they get into the specifics on the tax bill, and that takes probably the second half of the year, just like 2017.
Yep, how about that? History is our guide here, at least to some extent. This is a different political environment that we're in now. There's a much thinner majority for Republicans in the House. It could be one member at that point. I guess we'll have to wait and see how that goes when Elise Stefanik heads to the UN. But big picture, Terry, where's your head around this whole thing? We've got the House set to vote on something next week, and it seeks to cut Medicaid spending to help pay for the tax cuts. And we're already hearing a lot of outcry about this. Republican members have been home for the week. They're holding town halls. They're hearing concerns about DOGE in some cases going over the line. Medicaid, what are you going to do with my entitlements here? And it's going to make this a knockdown, drag out. I guess that's why you see it lasting all year. But who's going to win this fight between the Senate and the House?
Don't know yet, frankly. I thought Senator Graham was quite right to say everybody needs a plan B. And, but plan B may well turn into plan A. There's no guarantee that, given the margins that you just ran down, that the House will end up having the votes for much of anything. I mean, we're not even to the point. This is how preliminary it is. We're not even to the point where the committees of jurisdiction, Energy and Commerce and Ways and Means, even get to start talking about exactly what sort of health efficiencies or cuts or anything else they might make, but they've got to make a lot of them. They're tasked to make a lot of them. So that is going to be a knockdown drag out through the spring. And then on top of that, I think what shakes markets further in Washington confidence over the next few weeks is you're going to have a State of the Union address that'll be, a barn burner triumphalist. Going forward, you'll have a likely, I think, government shutdown. You've got debt ceiling looming out there in the late spring, early summer. There's not going to be a lot of confidence in the next few weeks in markets that Washington or Trump specifically have got the goods to actually execute. Now, I think they do on the tax cut, but ultimately, they're going to have to go through a trough first.
Boy, you just said a lot. By the way, this is exactly what Sarah Chamberlain mentioned last evening on Balance of Power. Republican Main Street Partnership, shutdown looking like it may actually happen this time. But we've got a House resolution, Terry, that we're told is going to be on the floor next week. It includes instructions for the House Energy and Commerce Committee to find $880 billion in cuts. That's why we're talking about Medicaid and potentially some of the other entitlements. Can that pass? That actually goes to the floor next week?
Well, the budget resolution is on a knife edge right now. I think the budget resolution passes. What you just talked about in terms of Medicaid and all those kind of other sorts of things is implied in the amount of savings that they're asked to do. But nobody's telling them they have to find that amount. Nobody's telling Energy and Commerce they have to find that amount of savings in Medicaid. Somebody can vote on this thing, feel covered. But when Energy and Commerce comes back in a few weeks and says, here's how we're going to do this, that's really where the rubber meets the road. And, frankly, where I think some revolt happens. The phrase that keeps going around in my head is from Aaron Sorkin's A Few Good Men, where the colonel keeps getting asked by the prosecutor, by the defense, you said Santiago was not to be touched, and yet you said Medicaid was not to be touched, and yet here we are. It's going to get worse for the majority before it gets better, I think.
Terry Haynes, did you order the code red? I want you to walk me into the House chamber the night Donald Trump addresses a joint session of Congress. We'll call it State of the Union for the fun of it. It's basically the same deal.
Right.
Decorum? Is this going to be a call and response like Joe Biden had going with the Republican Congress? What's Donald Trump walking into that night? It's going to be another circus, isn't it?
Oh, I thought Patrick McHenry on your program yesterday had it exactly right. It's going to be an awful lot like the UK Parliament's PMQs, and I won't belabor it, but McHenry is a keen observer. He's spot on about that. There's going to be a lot of yelling and screaming one way or the other, and there's going to be a lot of people screaming "You lie!" Except it's going to be the other party this time.
Boy, where's Congressman Wilson now? All right. Well, Terry, the president's going to be speaking in a moment here. He's talking about 25% auto tariffs in our remaining 30 seconds. Do those ever see implementation?
I think eventually some of them do. I don't think 30% necessarily, but there will be a need to keep the pressure on. And, we should always remember tariffs to this administration are a tool in service of a broader economic policy reset.
He's not only a friend of the program, but a friend of the entire network. There's only one Terry Haynes, the founder of Pangea Policy. Terry, it's good to see you. And thanks for being with us here to get the ball rolling on a Friday. Welcome to the buffet of news. I'll be your waiter for the next 2 hours. Kaylee Lyons will join as well here on Balance of Power. So do stay with us. We'll assemble our panel a bit later this hour as we stand by for Donald Trump on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. President Trump has just told a gathering of governors that Apple CEO Tim Cook has promised him that the company's manufacturing will shift from Mexico to the U.S. This during a meeting at the White House. Apple shares up 0.5%. We got a whole lot more coming up right here on Balance of Power. A lot of red on the screen today with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all retreating after weaker than expected economic data raised concern about the outlook for corporate America amid a surge in consumers' long-run inflation views to the highest since 1995. Here's where we stand. S&P at 6,068, down 0.8%. The Dow is now down 450. That is a drop of 1%. NASDAQ down 211, a decline also of 1%. The 10-year 4.45%, the 2-year 4.24%. Gold little change now at $29.39 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.1%, $70.92 a barrel. U.S. regulators say Novo Nordisk's weight loss and diabetes drugs are no longer in short supply, a decision that is expected to curtail widespread access to cheaper copies of the popular medications. Novo Nordisk ADR is up now by 6%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 48, a drop of 0.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues as we wrap up a very busy week. Once again, here he is, your host, Joe Matthew.
Yeah, Charlie, it's not even over yet. Headlines are flying out of the White House right now as Donald Trump speaks to Republican governors who are in town. Republican Governors Association winter meetings underway. He was the headliner speaking to the group last evening. But this has been a romp. They've been going for almost an hour here, right? My God, it has been an hour, actually, since he walked into the state dining room, commenting on a number of issues, including auto tariffs. If you're looking at the terminal, he says, 25% tariffs on foreign cars to start April 2nd, probably. Talked about power plants and AI, wants to see power plants built alongside data centers, AI production facilities, attacked wind energy, and started reading off some Doge projects. He's showing up with the receipts pretty much every time he's at a podium here. I can run through them all for you, but you've heard them on this program. Coming off a big night at the CPAC. Now, President Trump's going to be the headliner there tomorrow, the Conservative Political Action Conference. It's happening down the Potomac River a short ways from the nation's capital. A big Ferris wheel when you drive down. It looks like an amusement park, and it is a bit of a circus at CPAC. That's the point. Big rah-rah. Elon Musk shows up last night literally with a chainsaw and started swinging it around. He's yelling. He was wearing Terminator sunglasses and a lot of questions about the mood he was in. Having a little trouble communicating and answering questions last evening. In this case, he did all right. He was asked about the Doge dividend, sending checks to every American based on how much money they save. Here's how it went.
It's money that's taken away from things that are destructive to the country and from organizations that hate you to you. That's awesome.
Does it seem, have you talked to
that's like glorious. That's like the spoils of battle, you know?
Spoils of battle. I like that. Is there traction on that?
Yeah. So, I talked to the president. He's supportive of that. And so it sounds like, that's something we're going to do.
Just a sample of the conversation on stage as we bring in Max Chafkin, Bloomberg Business Week columnist, contributor to the Elon Inc. podcast. If you're not already subscribed, you should check it out if you care about this story, and I know you do if you're here on Bloomberg. Max, it's great to have you. If you only knew how often I ask if you can come on the program, because it's every day there's a story that I'd like to hear you weigh in on. So let's go a little bit big picture to start. As you just saw Elon Musk with the sunglasses, he's got the tech support T-shirt on half the time, is swinging around a chainsaw and so forth.
Unconventional look.
Yes. But so is he having a blast? Is this a hobby? Is this his new full-time occupation? Where does Elon Musk, the person, here, if you're with us on YouTube, you see President Millet giving him this chainsaw. Is this just a big party for him, Max?
I mean, he is certainly treating it that way, you know, and I think for better or for worse, on the CPAC stage, you know, just judging from the audience response, as weird and awkward as some of these moments were, you know, it seemed like it played pretty well in the room. And he is a rock star in kind of activist conservative circles. He's probably the most important surrogate for Donald Trump besides Donald Trump. I think there is a serious component here, both in terms of what Musk is actually doing. I mean, you know, people are being affected in huge ways right now by these Doge cuts, and civil servants are in a state of, I think, from their point of view, crisis. And also, of course, there's potential for Musk to benefit from this stuff. You know, just recently seeing reports that the Justice Department lawsuit against SpaceX looks like it might be dropped. This is involving employing alleged discrimination. You know, there are lots of ways that he can use this shtick to drive profits. And that's kind of what makes it so interesting, is that on one hand, it seems totally unserious. I mean, he's on stage, he's got the chain. He can't hear what he's saying, partly because he seems to have trouble finding his words at times, but also because the chain is rattling against the microphone. And yet he's doing all kinds of stuff. So again, it's both serious and unserious at the same time, I'd say.
Well, so you said a couple of things there, referring to his, I guess, erratic behavior, we'll call it. He was having trouble stringing words together in a couple of moments last evening. That might just have been the mood he was in. Look, he's not a public speaker by trade. He's not Donald Trump, but there have been questions about his sobriety, about his mental state. Can you weigh in on that?
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what was going on in between his ears during that appearance. You know, I'll say, look, Elon Musk, as you said, is an unconventional guy. He's somebody who has publicly talked about his drug use. He famously smoked, took a hit of a joint on the Joe Rogan podcast years ago, and has talked about ketamine use for depression. He also talks about his own kind of mental health challenges all the time. You know, and I believe even during this appearance, it came up briefly, talking about his mind being a storm. And so look, like he's unconventional, and he's in some ways transparent, at least compared to like a typical political figure. And that's part of the appeal, I think.
So he's got actual other jobs. He runs some pretty important companies, including a massive government contractor. And of course, Tesla. We can get into Twitter and all the rest here, but his actions in Washington are impacting some consumer behavior. And I wonder if you see this becoming a detriment, for instance, to people who think it's a political statement to drive a Tesla.
Well, yeah, we're seeing that already. And I mean, you know, it's hard to know exactly how much politics is hurting Tesla's sales. You know, Tesla was growing very quickly for a long time. Growth has slowed dramatically. You know, the EV industry has also had, you know, bumps in the road and so on. But it really does seem like in the U.S. and Europe, where a lot of Tesla sales come from, the sales are slowing down. And that slowdown has coincided with Musk's political profile raising. I also think there are potential political costs. We're starting to see just the beginnings of blowback on the right to some of this stuff. Now, you're not going to see this at CPAC. You know, you're talking about, you know, dyed-in-the-wool activists, people who really like Elon Musk. Yeah, but, you know, reports in the front page story in the Washington Post about cabinet officials kind of privately grumbling. You know, Politico did a story about some Congress people sort of worrying. You know, each of these cuts has impact and will have political costs. You know, Bloomberg has a story today about how one of Musk's Doge employees who resigned after these eugenics reports that he had expressed support for eugenics, he's back and he's inside the Social Security Administration, right? Social Security affects a lot of people. You know, there's a good chance this is not going to be super popular when we get to the midterm.
Yeah, wow. All right. Tell me about his day-to-day to the extent that we know. Is he sleeping on the floor like he was at Twitter? Does he have some kind of a penthouse pad he's living in Washington? Does he fly back and forth to Texas? I don't understand how he does all of this stuff. How's he spinning all these plates at once?
Well, I mean, he's done this kind of thing for years, where he will focus in on one thing. So when Tesla was preparing to release the Model 3, that was its affordable sedan back in 2018, he claimed to be sleeping at the factory. When he took over X, he claimed to be sleeping at the X office, right? And he seems to sort of push everything aside. And right now, as you say, it's Doge. He has said that he is sleeping at the Eisenhower Executive Office building. I think Musk has a tendency to kind of play this stuff up. Like, it would not surprise me if he also had a hotel room or whatever. Right. But he really is. I mean, he is spending a lot of time on this, and of course, spending a ton of time just staying on Twitter and posting. I mean, you look at the schedule, it boggles the normal mind. I mean, it's he's posting essentially nearly 24/7. So you got to ask yourself, like, when is this guy sleeping, and how is this going to affect his other companies?
This is exactly the conversation I wanted to have. And by the way, sleep deprivation may have a lot to do with his erratic behavior, right? This is something that we need to allow. Max, I know I'm asking you a lot of the same questions you're asking people in Elon Musk's orbit, but what's the end game here? I mean, does he just finally get bored, or how does he wrap this thing up? When the first year is done with Doge, he just moves back to Texas?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, right now, he seems pretty committed. And there had been thoughts that this could be just a passing fixation or something like that, or perhaps Trump would get tired of him. That doesn't seem like it's happening anytime soon. As you brought up, Trump's still kind of touting Doge at every turn. I think what would cause Musk to step away would be genuine trouble at his companies. And the truth is, we haven't seen that, right? Investors in Tesla, now Tesla stock hasn't been doing great over the last 6 weeks or so, but its stock is still way up after the election. Most Tesla investors think Musk's position, with respect to Donald Trump, his being a senior advisor to one of the most powerful people in the world, is a net positive for the company, and the stock reflects that. And all of Musk's companies right now are essentially up. SpaceX is trying to raise a mega valuation, and why wouldn't they? Right? They're in a great position to win more contracts. Yeah. Bloomberg has been reporting on Twitter X. They're trying to raise money at a higher valuation. So basically, he's up across the board. So I think the thing that could change it. I mean, I think the biggest priority for Elon Musk really are these businesses. And that's part of why he's doing this. And if the businesses clearly are hurting, if the valuations are falling, then we'll see movement.
Really glad you could join us, Max. It's good to see you. Max Chafkin. Check out the Elon Inc. podcast. Follow his work at Bloomberg Business Week. Great conversation here on Balance of Power. Did you hear about the desk, by the way? Did you hear the story coming into the hour here? Donald Trump on Truth Social. Remember Elon Musk? You were just seeing it on YouTube. He brought his kid into the Oval Office, picking his nose at the... Remember this whole thing? Donald Trump does not like that. Germaphobe. He had the desk, the Resolute desk, removed. This is real on Truth Social. Quote, the president, after election, gets a choice of 1 in 7 desks, he writes. This desk, the CNO, which was also very well known, used by President George H.W. Bush and others, has been temporarily installed in the White House, while the Resolute desk is being lightly refinished. Very important job. This is a beautiful but temporary replacement. We'll let you know when the Resolute desk goes back in there. I'm guessing there won't be too many children around it. We'll assemble our panel next. Rick and Jeannie are with us coming up right here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks at the lows of the session. A Friday sell-off right now with the S&P 500 index down 0.9%. Right now looking at a drop of 55 points. The S&P at 6,062. Dow Jones Industrial Average retreating by 514 points, down 1.2%, while NASDAQ is lower by 245 points, a drop now of 1.2%. The 10-year 4.44% with the 2-year currently yielding 4.23%. Gold little changed, up less than 0.1%, up $1 the ounce, $29.39. And West Texas Intermediate crude now down 2.1%, $70.99 a barrel. Industry data this morning showed existing home sales dropped for the first time since September. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
January's decline reflects a combination of higher mortgage rates, we're talking 7% or more, and steep home prices. Not good omens for the spring housing season. California's wildfires depressed the market too, and it should be noted last month's drop in existing home sales follows the longest stretch of gains in 4 years. Next week, the government reports on new home sales. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Also this morning, consumers' long-term inflation expectations rose to the highest in almost 3 decades on concerns President Trump's tariffs will translate into higher prices. After earnings, Rivian Automotive shares, they are down now by 5.1%. And after earnings, Booking Holdings, the parent of travel brands such as Kayak and Priceline, are advancing. Shares of Booking Holdings up now by 2.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, taking us by the hand through the markets every day here on the fastest show in politics. Thank you, Charlie, the voice of not just Wall Street, but the New York subway. Great to have you with us here on the Friday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, on Sirius XM Channel 121, and on YouTube. You can find us on YouTube right now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. He's still talking. President Trump has been talking now for almost an hour and a half without interruption as he addresses Republican governors who are in town for the RGA, the Governors Association. They do their winter meetings here. The headlines are still flying. He's talking about border policy at this point, as well as tariffs, auto tariffs, he says, 25% will go into effect on imported cars on April 2nd, probably. Need to double the energy that we have right now when he talks about AI, allowing companies to have their own power plants. This has been an interesting conversation, talking about chip makers coming in, Apple shifting plants because of tariffs, building plants in the U.S., not Mexico. He says he met with Tim Cook yesterday, and that was the result. We will bring you in the room for this once we get the tape playback from the White House. This is not something that was even supposed to be open to press. They decided to let reporters in. Once we get our hands on that tape, we'll have it for you here. Pretty remarkable, as Donald Trump also pledges to drop illegal drug use by 50%, which is something he says could be done through an anti-drug ad campaign, paging Nancy Reagan. There's a lot more to talk about today, though, because something actually took place last evening. Well, I'll correct myself and say very early this morning on Capitol Hill. Did you see this? The Senate actually passed a budget resolution. Not a big shocker following a vote-a-rama that went on for so many hours. 4:45 a.m., they actually got a vote, 52-48, to pass a $340 billion budget framework. Now, this is not the whole deal. This is really just the initial stage to create what I believe Patrick McHenry yesterday described as the chassis for the reconciliation process that will then follow. Now, Democrats had their way through a lot of amendments, didn't change anything in the end. Rand Paul is the one no vote on the Republican side. Chuck Schumer took to the floor, said we were forced to go on record, the Republicans forced to go on record and defend their plans to cut taxes for Donald Trump's billionaire friends. It's done. The House will have its turn next week, and we assemble our signature political panel for their take on things. Rick and Jeannie are both with us on the Friday edition. Jeannie Shanzano, Senior Democracy Fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, our Democratic analyst, and Rick Davis, Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital. Was it worth it, Jeannie? Democrats kept them up all night. What do they have to show for it?
Well, Joe, first of all, you didn't let me in on what they had to eat and drink throughout the night. So I've been waiting with bated breath to see, did they have any fun during this Votorama? But it doesn't sound like...
I saw a lot of boxes of, what is it, We the Pizza? That's the place, right? The pizza. I may have seen some bottles of wine, but I won't go on the record.
Don't say anything. The reality is that this came out the way we all expected it to, a party line vote. Democrats did what they needed to do, which is ask Republicans to take some hard votes, and they took them. But the question now, there's several. Number one is, does Plan B become Plan A, or can the House really move forward with this one bill? And of course, the big thing that's hanging over all of this is Donald Trump's promise just the other day, again, not to touch Medicaid, and the reality of the numbers, which make it very difficult to imagine how you can get to the trillions of dollars you need without touching Medicaid. And so that's what we're going to be waiting for. And all of the pressure and the onus is now on Mike Johnson, as it usually is.
A couple Republicans actually joined. I kid Jeannie, but a couple Republicans joined Democrats. Rick, you may not be surprised to see Susan Collins, one of them, but Josh Hawley was the other, backing a Democratic amendment that would prohibit tax cuts for wealthy Americans if Medicaid funding is cut. Does that give us a sense of what might happen next in the House version?
Yeah, I think that Josh Hawley in this case is the canary in the mine shaft. I think, he makes a point that is not lost on every Republican in the Senate. And part of the reason that they're doing this two-step reconciliation is because they agree with Donald Trump. They don't want to touch that Medicaid payment. And what's buried inside of the, House strategy is, almost $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts. Now, nobody on the Senate side knows how to reconcile that. And I think, frankly, I was a little bit surprised that you didn't have more Republicans joining Hawley in that vote because they will all tell you that this is not where they're taking their legislation. They'll look at the tax bill and find pay-fors along the way, but it's not going to be the gutting of Medicaid like the House Republicans have done. Yeah. So it just reinforces the Senate strategy, frankly, as being more sound.
How about that, Jeannie? Speaker Johnson, you already said, has his work cut out for him. I mean, this could be impossible. What he says, he and Steve Scalise, Tom Emmer, they have plans to get their resolution on the floor next week. Could that pass?
It could pass, but it's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, if you are a Republican in a moderate district, and several friends of this show, for instance, Nicole Malliotakis has already said she's leaning no on this budget resolution, because you are essentially walking yourself out of a job. One of the reasons we keep talking about that Republicans have gone along with Donald Trump and the Trump administration on so much is that they fear a primary. But the reality for these moderates is also they fear what is going to be the commercials that show that they were responsible for cutting Medicaid and services to their constituents so that the wealthy could get an extended and expanded tax cut. And that is not a winning message. And so Democrats are on one corner salivating about this, hoping they continue forward marching. And you've got people like Malliotakis, and she's not alone, and others who are from districts where they simply can't afford to make those kinds of decisions. And so I think it's very unlikely that the House is able to wean this together. And let's not forget all the other promises that Donald Trump has made about things he wants to see in this bill. So could it happen? I suppose it could, but it is going to be very damaging for Republicans in the midterm.
We have breaking news here crossing the terminal, and it brings us back to a story I believe the three of us were talking about right at this time yesterday, remembering that Judge Dale Ho was set to make a ruling on this effort by the Department of Justice to throw out the corruption charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams, which then set off this whole series of events involving the governor. The judge chose not to make a ruling yesterday and has just ordered a probe of Donald Trump's Department of Justice motion to dismiss the case. This is just breaking right now, and we're going to be learning more about it through the day here, Rick. But now that the ruling has been made, did Governor Hochul make the right move yesterday by setting up these so-called guardrails and and not moving to throw him out of office?
Yeah, I think I was pretty outspoken yesterday when you asked me that question. I thought Governor Hochul screwed this up. I think she, sticking her nose in New York City politics, should have decided to do one of two things. Yank the mayor and create a vacuum that can be filled through the election this year, or keep her nose out and criticize but stay put in Albany. The mess she's created now is sort of a halfway measure that upsets everybody, frankly, and may be completely scuttled by this judge's potential to undermine the Department of Justice's case, being thrown out. So this is a faster moving piece of information news than I think the governor probably predicted it would be, but her actions indicate that she's just not ready for prime time.
Well, you were very clear about that yesterday, and we see the headline in the New York Times, Jeannie. Facing Trump's threats, New York's governor adopts a Rambo attitude. She actually invoked Rambo yesterday. Sylvester Stallone saying that Trump would answer for drawing first blood. Does your opinion on her action here, her decision, change at all based on this judge's motion today?
No, not my opinion. And you're right about the language. When she spoke yesterday, and I listened very carefully, it was some of the toughest language we have heard. She described herself as a vanguard against the attacks by the president. I mean, to hear this and to think about the fact that New York State and New York City are now pitted off against the president of the United States in this way. This is a national, if not international story, what is going on here. I am very surprised that the judge came out, Judge Ho, and said that he is going to take more time. And this, I just heard this from you, Joe, so I haven't heard what he actually said. But keep in mind, we will hear attacks from this White House on Judge Ho. He used to work for the ACLU. They will describe him once again, like we have heard, probably unfairly, as far as I know, as somebody who is doing the bidding of Democrats and liberal Democrats in the city. I'm not saying I believe that. I'm saying we will hear that rhetoric. His role here was very limited. I'm not sure how you go forward as a judge and say that get more information, but can you require the DOJ to prosecute when they've said they don't want to? I'm hard pressed to imagine that's the case. But from the Democratic side, what we're hearing is many New Yorkers are saying, Kathy Hochul, these courts are the first to stand up as a bulwark against what they see as a chainsaw, as you were just talking about, that Elon Musk is taking to the federal government from Donald Trump and his team. I don't think the lawfare notion works so well for them politically, but they feel like they want somebody to respond. So this is what they are getting. And I am very surprised that the judge said he's going to take more time on this.
Yeah, we're going to have a probe into this effort, apparently. The guardrails, Rick, that Kathy Hochul announced following our talk yesterday when we heard that some sort of sanction might be coming, include a special IG for New York City affairs and Inspector General. Also gives the controller, who we had on the late edition of Balance of Power last evening, an independent authority to commence litigation against the federal government when necessary. New York's going to start suing here. What's this going to look like?
Yeah, a bit of a mess. You wonder why Kathy Hochul didn't spend more time attacking the Biden administration when COVID restrictions incapacitated her city and a lot of people moved down to Florida, or when the incredible amount of financial distress caused by inflation created hardship for her constituents in New York. And I just got to believe that so much of this is just political rhetoric that's not going to amount to much. I mean, let's go sue the federal government, knock yourselves out, as if there aren't enough lawsuits against the federal government right now today, probably more than they've ever seen in 50 years in the first month of this administration. Hadn't slowed them down a bit. So look, I mean, this idea of guardrails, so we're going to have an IG with no real power to start taking a look at Eric Adams. Everybody knows what Eric Adams has been up to. I mean, this has been the most well-publicized corruption incident in New York City history, and news traveled fast on this, and he's in the position where that's all he's going to do between now and November is answer for those charges even though he's not going to be prosecuted by the federal government. And so I just...
We're going to spend
think
the next 4 years in
little.
court, basically. Rick Davis, G.D. Shanzano, thank you. We'll have much more with our signature panel in our second hour. We are standing by to hear from President Trump from the White House, making a lot of news today. So stay with us for hour 2 of Balance of Power, straight ahead on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Auto tariffs will be 25% if they're implemented. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. As President Trump speaks to Republican governors gathered today at the White House as part of their winter meetings, making a lot of news while he's at it. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Thanks for being with us on the Friday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, we're going to hear from the president any moment now. We'll bring you in the room for it, making a lot of headlines, but still unclear whether these tariffs will see the light of day.
Yeah, right now it's just the threat that is out there. April 2nd, of course, the date he's looking at, but he's also talking about how behavioral changes are what he's hoping to inspire from tariffs, and perhaps citing evidence of that after a meeting with Apple CEO Tim Cook yesterday, which he talked about, saying that Apple is going to be building plants in the U.S., not Mexico.
We have a sense of what he was saying because of our reporters who were in the room. We'll have actual video and audio of that shortly. He's talking about AI as well, the opportunity for companies to actually have power plants on site at the data centers, something we've talked a lot about on this program.
Yeah, he says more electricity is needed, and he's all on board for AI companies having their own power plants. Again, we will be bringing you that in the president's own words as soon as we get that tape back. In the meantime, we want to get a quick check on the markets with Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. A lot of red on the screen today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all retreating after weaker than expected economic data raised concern about the outlook for corporate America. Right to the numbers with the S&P now down 66, lows of the session down 1.1%. Dow Industrials down 566, a drop there of 1.3%. NASDAQ lower now by 1.4%. The 10-year 4.42%, the 2-year 4.22%. Gold just about flat on the day, $29.39 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude $70.92 a barrel, down now by 2.1%. Briefly, a federal judge has declined to immediately dismiss corruption charges against New York Mayor Eric Adams, instead appointing a prominent lawyer to examine the law governing the Trump Justice Department's move to drop the case. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you very much as we round out the trading weekend, the work week here in Washington, which actually ended for the Senate in the very wee hours of this morning. I believe it was, what, 4:40 something a.m. was when the Vote-A-Rama finally completed. They did pass their budget resolution. Not that that was unexpected, but it took about 10 hours to get it done.
That's true. A lot of pizza, I guess, brought in the wee hours. They finally got their way through it. Kaylee, we're going to be going to the White House now. This is not something that we expected. In fact, it's an event that was closed press until a short time ago. Republican governors in the city for their winter meetings.
And Democrats.
Democrats as well in the room with the President of the United States. Why don't we bring you to the White House right now to hear from Donald Trump on a range of issues. This is live on Bloomberg.
It's just so terrible. I see pictures that you fortunately don't get to see. You don't want to see them. And that is a killing field. You have young soldiers being killed, thousands a week, and we got to get it over with. It's bad for Russia, and it's bad for Ukraine, and it's bad for us on a humanitarian basis. I've had very good talks with Putin, and I've had not such good talks with Ukraine. They don't have any cards, but they play it tough. But we're not going to let this continue. This war is terrible. It would have never happened if I were president, but it did happen, so I got stuck with it, and the whole world is stuck with it. And right now you have a country that has its cities, they look like demolition sites. Those beautiful towers, those 1,000-year-old golden domes that were so beautiful, the most beautiful in the world, they say. They're all in smithereens. Millions of people are killed, I think far more people than anyone understands. And we have people that better get to the table and get it ended. Should have never happened. It would have never happened. But I'm delighted to welcome America's governors to the White House. You're amazing people. Even the Democrats are amazing people, some of you. And we've worked together. Actually, we work very well together. I can't think of anybody. There's one or two, that it doesn't work out so well, but that's sort of normal. But I do want to welcome you, and I want to let you know that anything I can do, I'm here. I'm here for you. And we can do a lot. I do want to say that I left a great place, North Carolina, and we're really working hard there since I've been in. For 4 weeks, we've done more than they've did in all of the period of time. And FEMA was a disaster. FEMA wasn't there. They didn't do the job. And it was a terrible, terrible situation. I've never seen anything like it. And then they actually, when they did get there, a very small group, they chose anybody with an American flag or the name Trump on the front of the house. They would sort of skip that house very nicely. And it was just a disaster. And we've done it the other way. And we're working with a very a very nice person that we've had good relationships, the newly elected Democrat governor, who's here, I assume, is he? Okay, thank you very much. We're working well together, very well together. And we're not using FEMA so much, but it doesn't matter as long as we get the job done. But the people are becoming very happy. So I want to thank you very much. Great job. We are, and I'm of the opinion, I understand FEMA very well. We had a good situation with FEMA, but it was a very expensive thing to do. And I really believe when there's a natural disaster, a hurricane, a tornado, or whatever it may be, you're very capable people. It's called you fix it. You take care of it yourselves. You don't have to call some faraway state and have people planed in from areas that they have no idea. They come in from Alaska to help you in Florida. They say, boy, this is hot here. This is, by the time they figure it out, everything would have been fixed. It's not a good situation. It's very expensive. You spend at least twice as much. They don't negotiate. They go out and hire local contractors, and they have no idea who they are. And I'd rather have my governor from South Carolina, Henry. I'd rather have Ron. I'd rather have from Florida. I'd rather have, I could name just about everybody in this room. I'd rather have you do it. You'll save a lot of money. And we'll send the bills. We'll pay, I think, far less. We have to have you have a little bit of skin in the game. Otherwise, those bills will be much higher than they're supposed to be, especially with a couple of you in this room who I know will get bills that you wouldn't believe, record setters. But so I think 75-25 with the government, the federal government paying 75. And we'll go right through to probably either go through Commerce, maybe go through Marco, because Marco's very good with money. I don't think I'm going to give him to the environmental gentleman, Lee Zeldin here, because Lee's going to say, what's this all about, huh? They gave me this too. You have found some big stuff, by the way, some big fraud. You have, as he said, this one's not even explainable. We're talking about billions of dollars, so great job, Lee. Really, it's sad, but it's a great job you've done in a very short period of time. But I think Marco or Scott or Howard, and if wherever Howard may be, we want to congratulate him. He did it was a great session. He got no Democrat votes. I thought he's been a Democrat all his life, and he got no Democrat votes. They all called him to apologize. And, honestly, that shouldn't be. But he got approved yesterday. But today I'm delighted to welcome America's governors to the White House. And I've known many of you for a long, long time. And this week we're forging even stronger bonds of cooperation to better serve the American people. I also want to thank the members of my cabinet who have joined us for this meeting, and they have gone right off the bat. And I also want to thank Senator Thune, because I'm hearing we set a record on approvals, and I was screaming. I thought it was going so slowly. I think we have a record. So I apologize to anybody I screamed at. But no, it was announced this morning. I think we had a record for the number of positions, so that's great. And they're great people. So I'll begin by introducing Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He scares me because he got 99 votes. So that's either unbelievably good because he's an incredible diplomat and therefore he's Secretary of State and you couldn't have picked it, or I'm a little nervous about you, Marco. And the only vote he didn't get was our vice president, who couldn't vote because he had just left. So you got 100%. But it really says something. I think it says working together. It's an amazing tribute, I think. I'll let you know about it. I'll let you know about it in about 2 years, everybody. Marco's been great, and he's been in some big meetings with people at the highest level of states that we would say, states meaning other countries that we would have said wouldn't have dealt so well, but they're dealing very well. You have a great group of people with Steve Witkoff and Michael Waltz, and we're making amazing progress. I mean, we've made more progress on that situation, which is Ukraine, than they have in 3 years. Again, it's so sad that it began, but we're also working very hard in the Middle East. Another one that wouldn't have happened, we would never have had, you wouldn't have had October 7th. They had no money, Iran was broke. We had sanctions up on Iran that nobody's ever seen before. They were literally broken. They were not giving any money to Hezbollah, to Hamas. And how about Hamas yesterday with the babies? How about that? You know, we're going to take that. We're going to continue to take that. I don't think so. But I want to just thank you, Marco, for doing a great job, and Scott, you also. Scott went all the way to Ukraine. I said, don't do it. That's why they have telephones. But it's always better to meet in person. But I just didn't feel that it was good, and it was dangerous. You saw things on that train ride that you didn't like. I understand. You know, it's a pretty dangerous ride. A long ride. How long was that? 10 hour ride. It's after you get there. And a very dangerous journey, but he wanted to do it. He's a patriot. He wanted to do it. It's better to do it than it is with a telephone. Always better. I always say much better to meet in person, but that was dangerous. I like him. Therefore, I didn't want him to do it. If I didn't like him, I would have suggested he do it. In fact, I'd say, go back today and let's give it another shot. But I hear that they're going to agree pretty much with what. But that's not the big thing. The big thing is getting it done. And we'll get it done. Also, somebody who's been so popular right from the beginning, very, very little opposition, but she's fantastic. She was the Attorney General of Florida for 8 years, highly respected, and just an amazing person, amazing leader and woman, Pam Bondi. Good, Pam. How's it going? Good? You got enough work? You got a lot of work over there, I'll tell you, man. She's going to be unbelievable. I don't even think about it. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. And Doug, I don't know if Doug's here. He was last night. Oh, good. You just disappear right into the woodwork, huh? Doug is a man who made a lot of money, actually, but in technology. He sold to Microsoft for a lot and decided he wanted to do a Trump thing, and he did, and he won easily. And he became a great governor of North Dakota. And really good. And he was all of a sudden thrown into the oil business, right? And he took that to a level that nobody ever thought possible. The job you've done there has been amazing. And I watched he ran, and I said, I like that guy. He was one of the few that didn't hit me. He was after my position, but he never said anything bad about me. I said, okay, that's one checklist that we have good. You know, it's one of the ones, but he was an amazing governor, and he really became an expert on energy. And when I was with him, I realized I wanted him someplace. I didn't know exactly where, but I thought it would be the Department of Energy. I kept talking because the state has done so well. And I said, look, I want you to just hold it, and I want to put you there. He said, sir, I have somebody much better than me on energy. Who? Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? He said, is Chris here? I don't even know. Is Chris here? Hello, Chris. Boy, am I giving him some build-ups. I did the same thing last night. But he's the top guy in the whole, they say, on the planet for energy, in all forms of energy, even clean, beautiful coal that we're going to be using like Germany does now. They're opening up a plant a week. And they're opening up in China more than, somebody told me, 2 plants a week, you know, but we're supposed to use the wind, which doesn't work. Doesn't work from a practical standpoint. But I just want to welcome you because you had the greatest man. When he said, you're probably the only man, because I know Doug, he's got a big ego. And you're the only man I've actually heard him say something. He said, he's so much better than me on energy. He's better than anybody. And so we made a move. And you gave up a tremendous position to do this, and we want to thank you. But we have to get going because when we bring the energy costs down, we have more energy than anybody in the world. We just didn't use it. Can you imagine? Biden set us up in Venezuela instead of taking ours, so that we go to Venezuela where they'd have very heavy stuff, and we have the best stuff in the world. We have more liquid gold, and it's really great liquid gold too. We have more under our feet than anybody else. But we went to Venezuela to buy oil instead of taking it from our own land and, you know, drilling a little hole in the ground. About how big is that hole? About a foot? About a foot, yeah. We drill a little tiny hole, and we could have taken it instead of all of the problems. And then we made Venezuela strong again. You know, they've given them a lot of money. They never thought they were going to have so much money, and all the people are leaving. So you're going to have one guy sitting there with a lot of oil under his feet. That's not a good situation, but we're having talks about that whole mess. What a mess it was. That was another one that was done. He was ready to quit. He was going to be out. Marco, you know that better than anybody. Marco's been very staunch against what took place there. And we were going to have that in any form we wanted it. But Biden made them strong. It was the worst administration in history. And I say that with a lot of Democrats, but I think you believe it too. You can't say it, but you believe it. But I just want to thank you. And if you get those prices down, you know, that's what caused inflation, the energy. I mean, the spending, but I think even more so the energy. The energy went up. They stopped the oil leases. They stopped a lot of things that we were doing. And then they went back to what we were doing as much as they could because the prices were going through the roof. Remember that initial surge? It was brutal. And they went back. They let any rig that we had up just drill. You know, and they ended up doing similar numbers, but we wouldn't have been at those numbers. We would have been double or triple those numbers. Those were from years ago. But energy caused our problem. But I just want to thank you for recommending him. And what we've done is he's the head of Department of Energy. He's Department of the Interior. And it's really screwy because the Department of the Interior has all the energy other than some nuclear energy that you're in charge of. But he has all the energy, has all the land, all the great places, best. We have more than any other country in the world. And he's in charge of it. The problem is he can't drill. And he drills, but he has no land. So what do? We said, I have an idea. Let's merge them. So we merged them intellectually. I don't know if we did it legally, but we did it intellectually. So now he gives up the land and he gives up the drillers, and you're going crazy, right? You're going wild. And you'll do it beautifully, environmentally well, Lee. We'll make sure. But we have a lot of things, but we had to merge. I always wondered, why doesn't the energy department do? They did do more because they don't have any energy. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. We'll probably have to make maybe even a change in that, you know, somehow merge them or do something, because it's pretty tremendous what you're going to be able to do. Agricultural Secretary Brooke Rollins, who's so fantastic, and she's been at the head of so many different things and loyal from the beginning. She even opened up when we had a rather shocking defeat. She opened up we call it an institute. I've never seen anybody raise money like her. She raised hundreds of millions of dollars on this fabulous thing. But I said, look, we want to win another race because I think it's really important to win twice. And I won 3 times, if you think about it. So but it's only the Republicans smile when I say it happens to be true. But Brooke has been amazing, and it was really tough because this last election, I go to a person and say, sir, I just gave you $10 million. Oh, where did you give it to? I gave it to Brooke. You gave it to Brooke. She's spending it on policy. We don't have to worry about policy. We have to worry about getting elected, right? But Brooke is fantastic, and she's done such a good job, and she's Make America Great Again, top of the line, right? And she's gonna. And what I didn't know, and as soon as I found out, I said, "That's that." She studied. That's what she studied: agriculture. She knows everything about it, and she's going to be a fantastic secretary. And you'll do something with the eggs, because I'm hearing so much about eggs. You'll figure it out. You got to figure something out fast. But and we inherited all of the problems. You know, at some point, a few months down the road, we won't be able to say it's so much us. But the big things, really, we can blame other people for, to allow criminals into our country at levels that nobody's ever seen before, to allow people from jails, to have countries from all over the world be allowed to empty jails into an open border. They emptied jails and prisons, mental institutions, insane asylum, gang members, drug lords, drug people on drugs, people that are very sick. They allowed them to come into our country totally unchecked, unvetted. And right now we have a great gentleman, Tom Homan, who's doing an unbelievable job, and Christine Ohm. They're doing a great job, but it's something we should have never had to be done. And you see the levels of crime that these are serious. They make our criminals look nice, I'll tell you. That's the only thing we get out of it. Our criminals are very nice people by comparison. These are seriously tough people. The various gangs, whether it's MS-13 or the Venezuelan gangs, they're as tough as nobody's ever seen toughness like this. Secretary of Health and Human Services. Nobody knows this particular gentleman. He sailed right through. I thought he'd get a lot of, I said, well, he's going to get a lot of Democrat votes, Ron. I said, he's going to be an easy one, right? I told Ron DeSantis, I said, this one's going to be so easy. He's going to get all those Democrat votes. I don't know. You thank goodness for the Republicans, right? Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And where is Bobby? Where is Bobby? So congratulations. Was that as easy as you thought? Just quit. Well, in the end, they all voted for him. He did pretty well. You got through. But, you know, we have one stat that I quote, the autism stat. And you hear different numbers, but it's thousands. They say between 10 and 20,000. So if you go back 15 years ago, we had like nobody. It was 1 in 20,000. Now we have 1 in 34. Is that right? 34. So 34 or 36 kids have autism. And if you go back, I guess 18 years, that whenever that was done, it was 1 in 20,000. So we got from 20,000 to 34, 36. That's unbelievable. So there's something wrong. There's something wrong. We've done something wrong. There's something, you're going to figure it out. Maybe it's a spray that we spray all over the place that nobody else does. Other countries don't. The Pennsylvania Dutch, they don't do anything, and they're amazingly healthy. And he understands. He's working with Dr. Oz, who's a really smart guy. I know him very well. And those two guys are going to figure it out. They're also going to figure out why in the United States we pay $1,300 for a drug, one that we were talking about, and in London they pay, literally they pay $200, even less. $88 I heard in one case yesterday. They pay $88, we pay $1,300 for the exact same drug from the exact same factory, from the same plant where it's made. We've got to figure that out. So I hope you focus really a lot on the cost too, because Americans are being screwed, and it's no good. They're not going to put up with it. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, another one I know very well. He's going to be fantastic, Scott Turner. So, Scott, congratulations. Man, oh, man, you are something. He got up and we had a great meeting yesterday, right? He got up and spoke. He's a good speaker, that one. And everybody loves you. Everybody knows you. Great guy. You're going to do fantastically. Well, you got a good recommendation from Ben Carson. Once Ben Carson recommended you, I said, all right, that's okay. We love Ben Carson. Nobody like Ben. Secretary of Energy, I introduced Chris Wright, and Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. I know Doug so well. Oh, where's Doug? Where's Doug? That voice during the Mueller hearings, that beautiful voice. Do you know, remember the catastrophe that every Democrat remembers this, when Mueller went to testify? This was not a good situation. That's where it all ended, Pam, when he didn't know anything about anything. And Doug said, you don't know what we're talking about, do you? No. This was not a good day for them, but it was a good day for justice, I can tell you that, for fair justice. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, he ran for governor of New York. In theory, you have no chance, but actually, he almost won. It was a fantastic run, amazing run. And he's very smart. He was a congressman. He was fantastic on the hoax, the various hoaxes I had. I had a lot of hoaxes, so many I don't want to name them all. We don't have enough time, but he was always very strong, great lawyer, tremendous lawyer, and also a big believer in the environment and keeping it good and clean and healthy. And I just want to thank you for the job. And the only thing I ask is that you go speedily, because, you know, a lot of people use the whole process, the environmental impact process, to delay projects. We just want them to go quickly. And you can get the same answer in a matter of months as opposed to a matter of years. I feel so strongly, because people are coming in with tremendous amounts of money. I have been spoken to by yesterday I had Tim Cook in the office from Apple. He's investing hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't know. I hope he's announced it. Hope I didn't announce this, but what the hell? All I do is tell the truth. That's what he told me. Now he has to do it, right? So it's a good. But he's investing hundreds of billions of dollars, and others too. We're going to have a lot of chip makers coming in, a lot of automakers coming in. They stopped 2 plants in Mexico. They were under construction, starting construction. They just stopped them. They're going to build here instead because they don't want to pay the tariffs. The tariffs are amazing. It's good. I got myself in a lot of trouble. I said it's my favorite word in the dictionary, the word tariff. It's such a beautiful word. And the fake news killed me. They said, what about love? What about God? What about family? And I said, I'm in trouble. I said, so now it's my 4th favorite word. I say, love, God, family. Just a couple of others I could add in there too, but it's my 4th favorite word. So, and OMB director Russell Vogt. Thank you, Russell. You're going to be incredible. I know he took some hits, but I know how good he is, how honest he is, and he's fantastic with the numbers. And you're seeing these numbers coming out with the theft, right? And it's tremendous fraud, waste, and abuse, and all 3 of them. But I think the fraud is really the biggest. I think you're going to see it. You come out as soon as you can, I think, with your numbers, but because they're not explainable. They're not explainable. So I just, Russell, do a great job, that's all. SBA administrator, small business. Now, small business is really big business. It's actually one of the biggest banks in the world. It sounds a little bit like, oh, small, little business. It is a massive, it is one big sucker, right? And Kelly Loeffler's here, so she's going to be incredible. And she's got an incredible husband, Jeff, who's one of the most important people in the world of finance. And he knows. He owns a thing called the New York Stock Exchange, so that's not so bad, right? And you have natural experience, but I think you're going to do great. And there's a lot of fraud in there from the past, you know, with all the money that was handed out. It was, you know, billions and billions of dollars. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Where's Tulsi? Is she here? Hi, Tulsi. I haven't really seen you. Good luck. Do well. Have fun. We built a building. The building cost like $12 billion. The building is loaded up with intelligence. Lots of luck figuring it out, right? Good. It was, she was treated pretty rough for a person that's an incredible patriot. We've all known that. So it's nice that you're sitting with Bobby, because you two, you went through a lot. But you know what? You're going to be stars. And over the past month, our new administration has taken unrelenting action to fix every single disaster that we inherited, and we inherited a lot of them, the border being, I think it's the most difficult one of all. The rest we can get fixed, including foreign countries that are doing things that they shouldn't be doing. And one of the reasons that we won the election by so much, because we won it in everywhere. We won the popular vote. We won the 7 swing states, all 7 by a lot. And we won by millions of votes to popular. It's always hard. I guess it hasn't happened in a couple of decades for a Republican to win the popular vote. I think that's changing so rapidly. But we had another thing that was pretty amazing. We had, of the 3,000 counties, we won 2,500 of them. And the Democrats won 500. It's a lot. They've never seen anything like it. It would actually, you would have thought that the numbers would even be much higher. When you win 2,500 counties to 500 counties, when you look at the map, you've all seen the map, the one that got certified and came out just recently. It's like almost totally red. And it's my honor. We're going to just work it out. But we've really become the party of common sense, and I think it's important. I think it's important for the Democrats' common sense too. We're going to deal with you, and we're going to deal on a common sense basis. And I know a lot of you agree with a lot of the things. I don't know. Sometimes you're not allowed to say it, unfortunately. But I think we'll be all better off if everybody says it. That includes Republicans saying the right things. So on day one, I declared a national emergency on our southern border to stop the invasion of our country, because we were being invaded. Millions and millions of people. I figured 21 million people, and of that, 2 or 3 million were criminals. And many of them were people that countries didn't want. They would put them in these massive, large caravans. I came up with that name a long time ago. That's what it is. It's a caravan. And these are people, in many cases, they might not be criminals, but they're people that the country didn't want. They didn't work, they didn't, they needed help all the time, or they needed assistance, or whatever. Our country's got a lot of people in it right now. And we got to make sure that everybody's treated fairly, but we got to change it. It's the most difficult problem, I think. Additionally, the heroes of ICE have been really hunting down the really bad ones, and we are going, they're incredible people, ICE. They were being shunned by Biden. They were being mocked. And let me tell you, these are tough men and women, but they're tough. They'll see like a MS-13 band of thugs out on Long Island, and they'll bring up the paddy wagons. They get in, and they'll say, no, one of them, two of them, killed 2 young girls in Long Island. For some reason, they like Long Island. MS-13 loves Long Island. I don't know what that's all about. But 2 young girls walking to school, 16 years old. In the morning, they were accosted by a group of MS-13 thugs, and they don't use guns as much. They use knives. They like using knives, and they cut them up, cut them into pieces, and left them and killed them, cut them up into pieces. Little pieces, and they used knives because it's more painful. And ICE went in. They have no fear of these guys. They went in and they just knocked the hell out of them. And they'll go into a pack. They call it a pack, not like a political pack. Political packs are slightly nicer, but a pack of these MS-13 people or Tren de Aragua people from Venezuela. And they'll just walk in. It's all you'll see is fists going for 5 minutes, and then you'll see these guys walk out, and they got them between their legs, and they're bringing them, getting them the hell out of the country. These are rough people that we have to deal with, but ICE is incredible. Border Patrol is incredible. Law enforcement, the people in law enforcement, we make their job so difficult by allowing people like this into our country. We just shouldn't do it. So I've just designated the group from Venezuela, Tren de Aragua, as a foreign terrorist organization. I mean, they in Colorado, they went and other places, they literally take over. They're like me, they're in the real estate business. They take over real estate. And they literally take it over. They just claim it. And they tell tenants to get the hell out, and if you don't get out. They had one case where a guy called the cops, and they went in, you call the cops? Yes. And they cut off his fingers. He says, you don't call them anymore. You cut off the other fingers on your other hand. These are not nice people. But federal, state, and local cooperation has to be the backbone of border security. So I hope, as governors, I know all the Republicans are very much in tune with Tom Homan and Christie and everybody, but I hope everybody, because ultimately you want to get the criminals out of your state. And we're focusing on the really bad ones. We have 11,088 people that we know of that are murderers, that are actually murderers. And I can't imagine anybody wanting them in their state, whether you're a Republican or whether you're a Democrat or whatever you may be. I mean, we have many of them murdered more than one person. Some murdered more than 5 people, and they're in our country. They let them out of jails. These were convicted people. And they let them out of jails because it's very expensive to have somebody in jail for a lifetime or whatever it might be. And they brought them in here. The American people expect every city and state to fully honor ICE detainer requests, and we hope they can, and to ensure the safe transfer of criminal aliens into federal custody for immediate removal from our country. You know, many of the countries said, we're not ever going to let them back. Under the Biden administration, I remember it's Venezuela. He's a tough guy. And others, they said, we're not letting them back. They're out of here, and you'll never bring them back. They're not coming into this country. And Biden said, oh, we can't bring them back. They won't take them. Well, we took them. And every single country now, you saw it with Colombia, you saw it with Venezuela. In fact, they actually offered to send planes to pick them up, and they'll pick them up so that we don't have to go through the expense of sending a plane. Is that correct, Marco? Even Marco couldn't believe that one. But they literally are sending planes to pick up these people. And they're rough people, and they're picking them up, and they're putting them in the planes. There's no excuse for any state attempting to aid and abet dangerous criminals, killers, drug dealers, really bad people who are violating federal law and violating the law by being in our country. To combat inflation, I declared a national energy emergency, and we had to do that. One of the things we've done is by doing that, we can go very quickly. You know, a lot of companies are coming in, but they need tremendous electricity, amounts of electricity. Who would have thought, Doug, right? But they need more electricity for AI than we have right now in the country. In other words, we have electricity now for the whole country. They need that just for that one industry. So they're coming in with, and we're going to be leading. We're now leading on that. We've really opened it up, and I hope it's good. But we opened it up, and we're leading China by a lot. But China's giving them tremendous electricity because they do whatever they want to do. But we're working with Lee, and I've told these people they're going to spend hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars actually. So I need double the energy that we have right now, and even more than that, from what I'm understanding, which is hard to believe. In other words, take every car, everything, every building. We need whatever it is, 100% of the energy. We need that amount just to be in the #1 position. And we need really more than that to really dominate, which I think we'll be dominating. But I told them, and they can't believe it. I said, we're going to get you quick approvals, and you're going to build your own electric plants so that you're going to create your own electricity when you build your plant, which will be massive. These are massive plants. But when you build your plant, we're going to let them build an electric generating plant where they build like a utility. In other words, instead of using Con Edison, like we have in New York. Hello, Governor. Nice to see you back there. And we do have Con Edison, and they don't do a bad job, actually. But, they could be a little cheaper with the price, perhaps, but they don't do bad. But we build our own utility. They can have their own utility. If they have any extra, they can put it onto the grid. But this way, they're not subject to a bad grid or a dangerous grid or a grid that gets taken out by bombs or war or anything else. So they actually couldn't believe it. They said, you think you could get that approved? Yeah, I'll get that approved very quickly. They couldn't believe it, and they're so happy. And they're going to do some in Virginia, some big ones. But we're going to go, and this way, it's really a self-service. They just have this massive building with a large electric generating facility that'll be powered by natural gas, mostly. Some will use coal, some will use nuclear, clean coal. I only say clean coal, but some will use nuclear. They have their right to do it. None will use wind because wind doesn't work. It's just terrible how an environmental person can like wind. It kills the birds. It's very expensive. It's 7-8 times more expensive than other forms of energy. Every wind turbine in the country that goes up needs massive subsidies. It's really the only energy that needs subsidy, essentially. The solar's doing okay. So it's the only one. But to combat inflation, I declared that national energy emergency, and we're going to unleash the liquid gold under our feet to bring the prices way down. That's going to happen. And again, we're going to have a big part of that's going to be natural gas, which is very, very clean, and clean coal. We're going to do as many forms of energy as we can. And it's going to be something I think everybody knows, and you're going to call me or anybody else if you have difficulty or problems, but you're going to have levels of business being brought to this country that you've never seen before. The tariffs are bringing them more than anything else. The country's bringing them, but the tariffs are bringing them. They hadn't been here, and we're creating tremendous tax incentives. But the biggest incentive is they don't want to pay 100% tariff or 200% or whatever it may be. And as you know, we're going to be announcing tariffs on cars from foreign countries of 25%. That'll be done in probably April 2nd. I was going to do it April 1st, but I said I don't like that date. It's going to cost a lot of money to wait one day. You know, I don't know. What do I do there, Pam? Maybe should I do it just April 1st? It costs a lot of money, that extra day, Marco. You figure what that costs. Let's do it April 2nd, right? I just don't want to take the abuse. We created the new Department of Government Efficiency, which you may have heard about, DOGE, which is now waging war on government waste, fraud, and abuse. And we've begun the largest deregulation of industries and other things. It's proper deregulation that has ever done. I lead the way on my first 4 years. We did more deregulation than any other president in history. And I brought a little list along that I thought I'd just read. Some of the places, when you mentioned Doge, some of the places that this money has gone. And these are the ones that I feel I can read. There are some that are so nasty and dirty and horrible that I don't want to really read them because I assume they have television on. We have a guarantee they do. I let the press in today because we have nothing to hide, right? It's much better. They said, do you want to let the press in? I said, why not? You think Biden would do that? I don't think so. $520 million was given for a consultant to do ESG, that's environmental, social, and governance investments in Africa. $520 million, $25 million to promote biodiversity, conservation, and social responsibility behavior in the country of Colombia. $25 million, $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. They have no place in particular they were thinking of. There is no location. The money was sent out, but they have no idea where it's going. $42 million for social and behavior changes in Uganda, and $10 million for Mozambique medical male circumcision. People that want to be, or have to be circumcised in Mozambique. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $486 million to a consortium for elections and political process strengthening, of which $22 million was for inclusive participatory political process in Moldova. And $21 million going to my friend, Prime Minister Modi in India, for voter turnout. We're giving $21 million for voter turnout in India. What about us? I want voter turnout too, Governor. $29 million to strengthen the political landscape in Bangladesh. Went to a firm that nobody ever heard of. Got $29 million. They got a check. Can you imagine? You have a little firm, you get 10,000 here, 10,000 there. And then we get $29 million from the United States government. There are 2 people working in that firm. 2 people. I think they're very happy. They're very rich. They'll be on the cover of a very good business magazine pretty soon for being great scammers. $20 million for fiscal federalism, and $19 million for biodiversity in Nepal, and $47 million also for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia got a lot of money. $50 million plus another $50 million for condoms for Hamas. They gave $50 million, and it worked out so well, they gave another $50 million a little bit later. Condoms, $100 million for Hamas. And we're also uncovering outrageous incompetence and fraud in the Social Security. And I read this last night, so Governor, you're going to be bored hearing this, but you know, you never get bored because it's not possible to even believe it. So if you live 100 years, it's a long time, but let's assume that they had millions and millions of people living, because they have like 10 million people in the Social Security living. But let's go over 100. So now you're more than 100 years old. We have 4.7 million Social Security numbers, people from the age of 100 to 109. So if you're 100 to 109, we have 4.7 million people on our Social Security rolls, right? Well, that's a lot of people. I knew one guy was 100. The great Lenny Litwin. He was a builder in Manhattan. He lived to 103. You knew him. He was one of the greatest builders. He was so happy. The reason he lived, he loved building. He'd build a building a year, right? Never had a problem. You knew Lenny Litwin, I would think, Governor, right? He was a great guy and got along with everybody. He got along with Democrats, Republicans. Everybody loved Lenny. When he died, it was a bad day for New York, I'll tell you. He was a great guy. But he lived to 103, 104 because he just loved his business. He was designing a new building at 103, and that was the end of it. He didn't quite get the design finished. But you had 3.6 million people aged 110, substantially older than good old Lenny. From 110 to 119, you have 3.6. These are the people on the rolls. Now we're looking to see whether or not they've been paid, because if they've been paid, then just using those numbers to take out their the money, all the money that's paid to those people. 3.47 million people from the age of 120 to 129. 3.9 million people age 130 to 139. 3.5 million people age 140 years old to 149 years old. I think this is the case for Pam. I think I might give you this, Pam, just you can have it. In fact, I will. 1.3 million from age 150. There's 1.3 million people they're saying are alive and receiving Social Security. Now, that's the only thing we're checking. Are they receiving it? Because if they're receiving it, that makes it much worse. If they're not receiving it, that just makes it incompetent. They shouldn't be on the rolls. And the only thing good about this is that when we take all these people off the rolls, and we have tremendous fraud underneath with people that are 80 and 60 and 50 and everything else, but this is really incredible. 1.3 million from 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people are on the rolls of Social Security over the age of 160 years old, including 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229. So we have, think of that, we have 1,039 people who are 220 years old to 229. We have one person at 240 years old, and here's the beauty of them all. We have one person at 360, which is strange because the country is 250. So it's been there 110 years older than the country. Here, Pam, you better take a look at this. That's much better for you than for me. Now the question is, are they getting paid? Because somebody maybe is getting paid. Yeah, I have a feeling you were. I said, what a convenient thing. This is so nice. We created this department, Doge, and the kind of numbers are incredible. It could be $500 billion, but it could be $1 trillion. It could be even $1.5 trillion. We're going to find out. I mean, I'm actually going with Elon, and Elon is doing a really good job. And I said, who are these people that travel? We call them the Dogers. And I said, what are they? He said, they're generally young people with extremely high IQs who are very good with computers, because you have to be good with computers. So when one of these scammers talks and tries to tell them why it's perfect, they said, no, it doesn't work that way. You know, it's very hard to talk them out of something when they have you. But we're actually going to Fort Knox because I want to see, do we have the gold? Do we still have whatever it is, tons of gold? I hope we do. Wouldn't that be disappointing? Fort Knox. You go up here about Fort Knox, you can't get in, you can't even see it. Nobody sees it. You go there and the place is dry. Would that be terrible? There's another one. Maybe you should go with us to that one. But we're going to go in there pretty soon. They're going to open the doors to Fort Knox. If any governor would like to go with us, well, good. You want to go with us on that one, Ron? That could be good. Could be interesting. Can you imagine if we open it up and there's no gold? Well, I think there will be. For one reason, it's really heavy. You know, you steal or borrow gold, you got to be strong. So it's not like other things. But we're looking at everything. We have the largest deregulation campaign in history, and we are, again, I did more than anybody, but this blows it away. And for one, every time we put in a new regulation, we're not allowed to put it in unless we terminate 10 old regulations. So it's 1 in 10. We did 1 in 7 in my last administration. And the problem is some of them were put back, foolishly put back. There was no reason for them. So if you truly want a turbocharged economy, you have to do that, and you have to get rid of the regulations. I think one of the reasons before COVID, and we did a great job with COVID and it was a hell of a thing for all of us, everybody here. But some countries will actually never recover for what they went through. But we ended up giving back. When we turned over the reins, the stock market was higher than just previous to COVID coming in, which was an amazing achievement. But we were, just prior to that, I would never forget, I was sitting down with 2 consultants, the 2 great pollsters. They said, sir, this economy is so good. We're the greatest economy in the history of the world. We were doubling up China. I was also charging China hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, which no president charged them anything, but they were killing us. But we were beating everybody. Everybody said that in 2018, China was going to overtake us. as the biggest economy in the world. And by the time I got finished, we were so much bigger than China, and we still are now. But another 4 years like we had just passed, you will have China being much bigger than you. There's no reason. If we have a smart president, there's no way that they should ever be able to catch us. But this pollster said to me, sir, if Abraham Lincoln and George Washington came back from the dead and they ran as president and vice president, they'd never be able to beat you. I said, thank you very much. The next day I go into my office and a group of scientists are sitting there. Sir, would like to tell you there's something very bad happening in China. There's dead bodies all over the place. And that's the first time I heard the word pandemic in a long time. And that's where it started. And you know where they were? All around the Wuhan lab. That's why I was, from day one, I was saying, they had little slits like this. You saw them from the air, from space. And they were just little slits, but they were body bags. They were black body bags all over, so many. And that's where it came from. One other thing, I just before we leave, I think you should do this. For my safety and security and for the good of our nation, you should do it anyway, regardless, even if it costs 10 times more, but it actually costs you just a tiny fraction. If you went to paper ballots and you're voting, and I would hope that every Republican would, so it costs exactly 8% of what the machines cost. These machines, they got something going. They get business. It's amazing. So paper ballots, and paper is very sophisticated today. Paper, it's called watermark. It's impossible to copy, impossible to cheat. It's actually hard to believe that a piece of paper is highly sophisticated, but it's watermark, and it's very, it's amazing actually when you see it. You can't cheat. But if you went to paper ballots and same-day voting, and if you went to voter ID, and also one other thing, you want a proof of citizenship. Those four things: proof of citizenship, voter ID, paper ballots, one-day voting. And if you went to 2-day voting or 3-day voting, but some of these states, you had 64 days. You know, California just finished up just a short while ago. They were voting a week and a half ago. They tried to finish them up. And other states, too. They were weeks after the election. I mean, if that were a close election, you'd have to wait for weeks and weeks and weeks. You got finished fast, Brian. Thank you for your help. We did very well in Georgia. It was very nice. But some of these states, if you had a close election, you wouldn't know who won. And then, you know, once that happens, then you really never know who won. But you would save tens of millions of dollars, forgetting about right, wrong, and security, safety, our country, our Constitution, and all of these. Number one, you'd have a much safer election. Number two, everybody, you'd know the results of your election by 10 o'clock. Everybody, it's a beautiful system. It's boxes of 5,000, boom, boom. And you can go and examine each box. It's so simple and so good. I did ask Elon, because he knows more about computers than anybody I know. I said, what do you think of the voting system? He said, computers are not meant for voting. It's just not it's too many transactions taking place too quickly. It's just not, he said, honestly, and I've gone to the best people, the smartest computer minds from MIT, from others. My uncle was a professor for 41 years at MIT. And a brilliant guy, and I got to know a lot of the people up there. And they will tell you that the most secure way that you can secure the election, and probably the fastest way, because there can be very little hanky-panky, is paper ballots. Can you believe it? So I hope, Sarah, that certainly the Republican governors, but if you want to save a lot of money, you go to paper ballots. It'll cost you 8% of what the costs are now. And that's based on a good deal for machines. And then when you go through the days and weeks and months of waiting, France had mail-in ballots. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you're going to have fraud, without question. And France had it, and they went back to paper ballots. And I saw their election, and their election was over at 9 o'clock, and their numbers came in at 10:05. And there were no complaints. They had a winner, they had a loser, 39 million votes, and it was done. We're one of the only people that has now mail-in voting. one of the only countries that has mail-in voting. Remember Jimmy Carter when he did a commission, and I think they had Scoop Jackson, they had some, at the time, big senators, and their conclusion was if you have mail-in voting, you're going to have massive fraud. And we had it in New York with the congressional race. Remember the congressional race? It took them forever to like 6 months later, they declared, who was it, Jerry Nadler or somebody? They declared him the winner, 6 months later. But it was somebody. Oh, no, it was the woman, the congressman. I won't mention her name. But she won, but she didn't win. And it was really very sad to see that whole thing. Democrat, that was a Democrat and a Democrat. That was a primary, but they had the mail-in voting. It's just a disaster. So it's very, very expensive. If you want to save money, if you really believe that the computers work, which they don't, but if you want to save a lot of money, all you have to do is go to paper ballots, and you'll be cutting it down by millions and millions of dollars. So America will take off like a rocket ship. You're going to see things that's so great for the governors, and Democrat governors are going to have, you're going to get the benefit of this. You're going to be opening up plants, and you're going to be, I hope we have enough people. We're going to and we want people to come into our country, by the way, I do, but they have to come in legally. So we need people in the country, but they have to come in legally. 2 weeks ago, I signed an executive order banning men from playing in women's sports. Many Democrats are fighting me on that. I hope you continue, because you'll never win another race. And it's just crazy. If you look at what happened with the boxing, if you look at what happened with the weightlifting numbers, where a record that hadn't been broken for 19 years got shattered. But, they put up an eighth of an ounce here, an eighth of an ounce there, and it's 218 pounds or whatever, a lot. And hadn't been broken in 19 years. And then guy walks up who transitioned. He transitioned, and he knocked out that record by about 100 pounds. That will be a record not going to be broken again in a long. So we put a ban on it, and to protect women. I mean, the women, if you watch the Olympics, you had 2 transitioned people that were fighting in the women's boxing. They have women's boxing category, and if you saw that, it was brutal. What happened to the Italian woman was a really good boxer. After one punch, she said, no more. I've never been hit. It was a left. It was not even it was just a left jab. She got hit so hard, she said, I can't do it. They forced her to go out. No, go out again. You'll do it. Goes out again, gets hit again. No, that's it. She didn't want to die, and it's crazy, but the NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine? Well, are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it, because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply, because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding.
See you in court.
Every state, good, I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one. And enjoy your life after governor, because I don't think you'll be in elected politics. Every state has a responsibility to comply with Title IX. They have an obligation, a legal obligation, and we'll be enforcing aggressively, and we're going to be protecting our citizens. We're going to protect. So just to end, this administration has been fighting for parents' rights and universal school choice. We want to do something that I think many people in this room want, and even if you don't, I think you do want it, but you might not be able to say it. We want to move the schools back to the states, so that Iowa and South Carolina and Georgia and all these states can run your own school system. And you'll do a fantastic job, Kim. You're going to do great. I mean, I use your example because you're so much into the education, done a great job with school choice, and you'll do your school choice. That'll be the easy thing. But we want to get it back, take it away. So just some stats. So at last, it's usually we're 38, 39, or 40 out of 40. They take the 40, I guess, biggest, most important, whatever it might be, but 40 countries. And we were 38 38, 39, and congratulations, but 2 months ago, 3 months ago, we hit number 40. So we were last in terms of education in the world. And we were first in another category, though. We were first in cost per pupil. So we spend much more. And by the way, second wasn't even close. So you have Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, China. So there goes the big country theory, right? They have 1.4. They're rated number 5. That's a little bit scary, isn't it? But they're all.
You've been listening to the President of the United States. It's tape playback coming from the White House. The president speaking to a group of governors gathered at the White House this afternoon. It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenevec. On this Friday, February 21st, 2025. And Carol Masser, we got a little selling underway.
Yeah, we have a lot going on. We have markets selling off, some concerns over weaker U.S. economic data. So that is certainly our backdrop on this Friday. First up, though, let's get to, since the president just wrapping up, that playback of those comments that he has been making to the nation's governors. With us right now is Kayleigh Lyons out there in D.C. She's co-host of Bloomberg Balance of Power. Kayleigh, we've all been listening along. It feels like a little bit of fireworks at the end there.
Well, certainly with the governor of Maine, Janet Mills, over the administration's mandate around women and men in women's sports, rather, asking the governor of Maine specifically if she would be enforcing that in her state. She said they will be following the law, but also in a bit of a challenge to the president said, we'll see you in court, which of course we've been seeing a lot of. That is where most of the Democratic pushback against the efforts of this administration thus far, including at the state and governor level, has been in the courts. That's really the only check or means they have to try to counter these policies, be it challenging things like those transgender rules, in particular, things like the birthright citizenship executive order that he signed that has been stopped in courts on the grounds of birthright citizenship being guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. Tons of other DOGE efforts as well. We're seeing a lot play out in the judicial system. But of course, that exchange with Governor Mills was just one part of what were very extended remarks, Carol and Tim. He spoke for well over an hour on a range of subjects. Immigration, he touched. Tariffs, perhaps no surprise. He talked about reiterating that April 2nd, he is looking at implementing a 25% tariff on cars.
I want to talk a little bit about technology because we also got some news about Apple during this event, Kayleigh. He said he met with Tim Cook yesterday, and he said that Apple will build plants in the U.S., not in Mexico. We're going to be talking to Mark Gurman a little later in our program, but what did we learn about that conversation with Tim Cook?
Well, this took place at the White House yesterday, and this was as described as President Trump, that they did talk about building, instead of 2 factories in Mexico, bringing that into the U.S. Now, it's not exactly clear what factories realistically the president was referring to here on Apple's part. There is a Foxconn plant, for example, in Mexico, which is part of Apple's assembly chain, if you will. But basically what he said is Tim Cook wants to avoid the impact of tariffs and therefore is looking at investing more in the United States. And that is what the president argues is one of the goals of the tariff threats or actual levies he has implemented thus far, is to bring more manufacturing into the United States. And he consistently says you won't face a tariff if you make it in the U.S. But obviously, we have seen this kind of playbook before on the part of Apple. In the first Trump administration, they've tried to get around the tariffs on China, specifically making sure the iPhone was not included in that. So we could see Tim Cook kind of working that same game here. But of course, China tariffs of 10% are already in place as we speak. Not the case yet for Canada and Mexico after it was pushed to the beginning of next month. But the tariff threats certainly aren't going anywhere. And I would point out, guys, we are expecting, at least on the schedule at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, the president to be signing an executive order. And Bloomberg is reporting that will be a memorandum looking into potentially the implementation of tariffs in retaliation for digital taxes that some European companies put on U.S. technology companies.
All right, Kayleigh, so appreciate it. Kayleigh Lyons, of course, out there in D.C. She is the co-host of Balance of Power. Catch her and Joe Matthew. They're coming your way at 5 p.m. Wall Street time. All right. A warm welcome. It is Friday. Looks like we made it. What a busy week. What a busy day. It is Friday, February 21st, 2025. Carol Masser, Tim Stenevec, live here at Bloomberg headquarters. Quick check on the markets because we are seeing stocks pretty much near our lows of the session. Some concern over U.S. economic data. So that is the focus of investors as we, of course, continue to digest what the president has to say. I got to say, what we're going to focus on, considering the president, something appropriately perhaps named that we want to talk about today.
And that's the Mar-a-Lago Accords being talked up on Wall Street. What you need to know, and could it really happen? We dive into that a little later.
Yeah, it's been our most read story on the Bloomberg today. Plus, ill winds blowing on Wall Street for shares of United Health stock down the most in nearly 5 years on a report of a Justice Department probe. We'll get the reality of what is going on.
And we talk satellites and mobile telecom with the European economy with the CFO of Eurotele. It's our weekly CFO highlight.
Yeah, speaking of highlights, folks, we're all in on Apple. So much going on. Our own Mark Gurman, usually on the West Coast, here in New York City. So we're going to sit him down and just do a major debrief with him. First up, though, let's get to the trade and your top business stories. On it all, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. You mentioned lows of the day. Right where we stand right now, right to the numbers. Steep losses for the U.S. equity market this Friday. S&P right now down 89. That is a drop of 1.6%. We've got the S&P at 6,027. Dow Jones Industrial Average now down 731, drop there of 1.7%, while NASDAQ is down 357 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a decline right now of 1.8%. Stocks getting hit after weaker than expected economic data raises concerns about the outlook for corporate America amid a surge in consumers' long-run inflation views to the highest since 1995. The 10-year at 4.41% with a 2-year now 4.19%. Gold up $3 the ounce, up 0.1%, $29.41, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.7%, $70.52 for a barrel of WTI. So again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. The S&P right now down 89, down 1.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, folks, we do want to get to one of the stocks that are definitely on our radar. I should point out, too, we mentioned the markets. Charlie, just giving a rundown. I'm looking at our Markets Live blog, and we do say that U.S. equity futures under pressure, equities, I should say, under pressure, too, that there's a report of a new coronavirus. Tim, this is something that we were in the newsroom, and you mentioned coming out of China. There's just, I think, a South China Morning Post. That was one report. There was another one.
Yeah, the Daily Mail picked it up midday today. Wall Street time. The South China Morning Post reported late Thursday that a research team in China had found a new bat coronavirus that they say could risk animal to human transmission. We actually see shares of COVID-19 vaccine makers spiking today. Moderna's higher, BioNTech ADRs were higher, Pfizer higher, Novavax higher as well.
So our live blog that follows the markets just saying that is certainly souring risk sentiment further on this Friday, and we continue to trade near our lows. So we're going to keep a watch on that. And we're going to roll it into our next conversation. We mentioned one of the stocks on our radar, United Health, dropping today, the most in about 5 years, down roughly 7% right now. The U.S. Department of Justice has been investigating United Health Group's Medicare billing practices, according to a person familiar with the matter. So we wanted to get to what we really know on this story that was first reported out in the Wall Street Journal about a civil fraud investigation into the company. So with us to do that is Bloomberg News healthcare reporter John Tozzi joining us here in New York City. John, what do we know, and have we actually confirmed that there is an investigation going on at the Department of Justice?
We've confirmed that there is an investigation. This news broke in the Wall Street Journal this morning, saying that there's a new civil fraud investigation into the company's Medicare billing practices. We should say this is an issue that's been under scrutiny for a long time at a number of insurers. So I think we're trying to figure out exactly kind of what, the details of this investigation and what it entails when it started. The company has said in a statement that they're not aware of the launch of any new activity reported by the Journal, but they haven't denied the existence of an investigation. So we're still looking for more details.
Well, as you mentioned, the Journal reporting the civil fraud investigation into whether the company's practices related to patient diagnoses force higher payments from the government's Medicare Advantage program. What does that exactly mean, John? What part of the business is that, and what would that mean?
So one of the biggest businesses at United Health and several other big publicly traded insurers is selling private Medicare health plans. So these are plans that seniors can enroll in and get their Medicare benefits through these companies. the way it works is the companies basically get a premium payment from the government for each member that they enroll. And that payment is adjusted based on the expected costs of those members. So, you know, for sicker members who have lots of illnesses and lots of medical needs, they get a higher payment. This system has been sort of under scrutiny because of the ways that it can be potentially manipulated. And there have been watchdog reports from the Office of Inspector General and others, whistleblower suits about this sort of gaming of the system.
John, hang on for a second. President Trump taking questions from the White House, this playback continuing. We do want to take our listeners and viewers there for the moment. So let's go back to President Trump in D.C.
Under $800, it's not inspected. There's no tariff on it. Problem is there are a lot of things coming in that are over that.
That's right, and we're not doing that anymore.
And also there's fentanyl coming in, I think, to all of these states. That's a real problem, and I think that everyone is sharing that.
Thank you, Henry. So I had a deal with President Xi just prior to leaving office, but before the election, that President Xi was going to give the maximum penalty to anybody sending fentanyl into the United States. His maximum penalty is death. If you notice that every country that has the death penalty has no drug problem, they execute drug dealers. And when you think about it, it's very humane because every drug dealer on average, they say, kills at least 500 people, not to mention the damage they do to so many others, but they kill large numbers of people. China, Singapore, actually, there are quite a few, many in Asia, where they have the death penalty. There's no drug problem whatsoever. They come to our country because we have a much softer policy. We give them a slap on the wrist and say, kill a lot of people. So we're going to, I don't know if our country's ready for it. I am ready for it, the death penalty if you deal drugs. You know, you have to set out guidelines like fairly large numbers, et cetera. But you'll have it go down very greatly. One of the things we're going to do is we're going to do an advertising campaign. They're working on it right now, and that's saying how bad drugs are for you. I was speaking actually to the president of Mexico saying, you know, you can't send the people through your country. And I said, you know, you're not a big drug-taking nation. You send us plenty of drugs, but the people aren't drug-taking. And she said, yes, we're not a consumer nation. That was a very interesting term. And I said, so why aren't you? What are the reasons? Why is it? It's true, Mexico, they don't have a lot of drug problems in terms of taking the drug. He said, well, two things, and a lot of you could do the second thing. He said, we have very strong family values. I said, but so do we. I mean, I see people, they die of a drug overdose. The daughter, the son, the mother and father will never be the same, never be the same. Their life is ruined. Their life is over. I've seen it so much. So we have strong family values, also family members and relationships, just as strong as Mexico. What's the other? Well, we spend a lot of money on advertising saying how bad drugs are for you. And I said, oh, I never learned anything on phone calls. This time I learned something. I said, you know, I never thought of that. Because we set up like committees, and you can't have the death penalty, I guess. But I don't know, someday somebody's going to get sick of it and do it, and you won't have any drug problem in this country. But, and you can do it on an individual state basis for the governors in the room that want to do it. But you will not have a drug problem in your state if you did it. But I will say this, we have a situation where we have now hired a couple of the best agencies, and we're going to spend about $100 million, maybe $200 million on advertising, saying that when you take certain drugs, the drugs, fentanyl, et cetera, it destroys your skin, it destroys your teeth, it destroys your brain, it destroys everything. And really horrible commercials. I mean, I've seen the first of them, and they are brutal. They are brutal. And when some young kid is sitting down watching this commercial a couple of times, I really don't think they're going to be taking drugs. So I think that this is, I mean, this is a big statement, but I think we can drop it 50%, 50, by doing this. And I give her credit. She was talking to me about it, telling me about it. But I knew immediately as soon as she said it, it was not, she didn't have to say anymore. She went on to tell me different things, but it was just the concept of it. And I think states can do that too. If you do commercials talking about how horrible it is, drugs. I mean, what it does, I mean, you look at their skin, it gets eroded, their teeth are, you can tell. I mean, you can see a person that takes a lot of drugs, especially fentanyl and some of the others, the bad ones, the real bad ones, some of them, the heroin. It's unbelievable what it does to people. And we're going to put very, very strong ads. And now that I'm thinking about it, I think you should put on strong ads too, really strong ads. I think it's an unbelievable thing. We'll all do it. We're going to do it on a national basis, but you can do it individually on an individual basis. And you can also look, I think, you'll have to get rulings in this, but your states have the right to go death penalty also for drug dealers. And but only do that if you want to get rid of drugs, because if you don't do that, it's a little tough. But I think the advertising will have a huge, I think we can get it down by 50%. We did great. We got it down 18%. I said, that's not a lot though. Everybody was giving us credit. Oh, 18. And 18% to me, we set up committees with the First Lady of the United States on a blue ribbon committee. But they didn't know too much about El Chapo and the various people that we're talking about. It's a smart group of people. But I'll tell you what, the advertising could be unbelievable. And I hope the states do it. You're not talking about a lot of money. You're talking about peanuts, actually. I mean, with $50 million, you could just cover the state. And if you did that, and I'm going to do it, I think we can get drugs way down. I think we can get it down by 50% when you see it. I've seen some of the ads. It's, man, if a person looks at the ads that I saw, they're not going to be taking drugs. So good question. Thank you, Henry, very much. How about we'll do one more? Yes, please.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
As we've talked as governors, we implement a lot of the social welfare programs, whether it's Medicaid or job training or rental assistance. Each one has different requirements that create cliffs and benefits that make it hard for people to recover. Things as simple as work requirements for able-bodied adults. If we could synchronize across TANF, Medicaid, work programs, let's make it a trampoline to get people back on their feet instead of a hammock they climb up.
I think it's great. I think if you could get together and work together, you'd bring down costs just on that basis. I think it would be really great. Did you want? Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I want to just say thank you. Two words a lot of times we don't say. Thank you for your extraordinary leadership, your courage, all that you do. And just so you know, even in the state of Nebraska, you're inspiring Nebraskans to get comfortable being uncomfortable, to stand up for what we believe in: faith, family, hard work, the American dream. Stand up and talk about the common sense. So we're incredibly grateful.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, everybody, you've been listening to President Trump making remarks, also taking questions at the governor's working session in the state dining room at the White House, taking questions, I should say, from governors across the country. So covering a variety of issues. Be sure to check out some of the headlines and some of the right-through. You can do that at Bloomberg.com. In the meantime, we do want to get to some of the news of the day, and that includes talking about with John Tazi of Bloomberg News about what's going on with United Health. John, of course, is a healthcare reporter here. John, we kind of got caught in the middle of our conversation, but United Health, we've talked about the shares. They are dropping today, the most in about 5 years, trying to confirm, get the details on what has been reported initially in the Wall Street Journal about an investigation into the company. So just get us up to speed once again about what's going on and what we know. What's the latest?
Yeah, I mean, again, it seems like the Justice Department is investigating the company's Medicare billing tactics. This has to do with, basically how the company reports patient illnesses to Medicare for reimbursement, and whether those, basically what they're telling the government is accurate or improper. Again, stepping back, this has been an issue for the industry at large for a long time. There's other litigation involving United Health stretching back, I believe, more than 10 years involving a whistleblower suit. That's being litigated right now. There's been audits, other settlements with other companies. So this is a known issue in the industry, but I think the news of a potential fresh investigation has, obviously affected the stock today.
Hey, John, before we let you go, taking a hard turn here about and talking a little bit about the article in the South China Morning Post that says there are worries about a new coronavirus. I know this is just a very, this is one single report, but high level, what do we know?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, looking at the South China Morning Post reporting, it sounds like a team in China has identified a new bat coronavirus that may have the risk for transmission to humans from animals. I think it's pretty early to understand what this means. But, you see in the market shares of vaccine makers up on this. So, one more kind of, risk to think about, but still, I'd say very early and, lots of questions about this. But given what we know about what happened in the COVID-19 pandemic, obviously, potentially something that got the market's attention.
All right, yeah. Absolutely. We are seeing shares of Moderna up as much as 6.5% today, right now, with a gain of about 4%. Pfizer shares have also moved higher on the news. All right, John, thank you so much. Bloomberg News healthcare reporter John Tazi. All right, now let's also get to what is the most read story on the Bloomberg today, and it's one that might require you doing a little bit of Googling or pulling out your economic textbooks, Tim, to get the reference.
I just got to talk to Liz McCormick about it.
That's true.
I don't need a textbook. I don't need to Google. It's about the Mar-a-Lago Accord and why it's drumming up chatter on Wall Street. Bloomberg News chief correspondent for global macro markets is with us from New Jersey. Liz McCormick joins us now. So what is the Mar-a-Lago Accord and where did this originate?
Yeah, so as Carol said, I brought props because I think you definitely want to Google, although we did put the links in the story. But I would say, so let's talk about this Mar-a-Lago Accord. Let me give you some background. The one prop, as we mentioned in the story, is Stephen Mirren, who is, up for a high post in Trump's economic team. Last year, wrote a piece at the hedge fund, not his, but about this, and it's very good. It's out there. You can Google Stephen Mirren, he details this, but then I've been learning about this and some work of Zoltan Pozsar, who we know, who's done a lot of things, has his own company now, and then Jim Bianco, which the story kind of centered on, who we all seem to follow well, was doing a webinar with his clients. So long story short, Jim was saying, listen, it's time to really talk about this. I'm going to give it broad and then try to go in the weeds a little bit, but this kind of Mar-a-Lago Accord, as we know, at least some of us, around for a while, there were a few currency accords, one known as the Plaza Accord, the Bretton Woods, and the Mar-a-Lago Accord originally came from this Mirren paper where he kind of took some creative license. Obviously, we know where President Trump lives most of the time when he's not in Washington. But it was about, they had the fundamental view that it's a lot, but that the U.S. dollar is overvalued, and that's been kind of the root of the problem. But what Mirren gets into and Pozsar, and by the way, Tracy Alloway has a great Odd Lots newsletter that goes into this, including Stephen Besant, who you guys had on TV, and his role in kind of trying to reshape things. But that the dollar's overvalued, that we need, our trading partners, things to get more in line. And what Jim Bianco laid out, kind of, it's this Mar-a-Lago is more of a concept than hey, we're all meeting down in this location, but that it's about tariffs, which obviously we've seen, President Trump is beginning to utilize more, the use of that to kind of get, trade more aligned. Also the idea of a sovereign wealth fund, which President Trump has already signed an executive order. Scott Bessent has spoke about that. There's some stories out there how they might fund that, since we're a creditor nation, we have debt and we don't have a lot of extra cash. So there's a few theories out there how we can, kind of monetize some things we have and get money. Well, and the other, which is in this story, in, may or may not happen, but was laid out in that paper that maybe, we need to get some of these, he'd really speak about the NATO countries to kind of, let's say, term out their debt, say, do this swap which has never been done, we'll take the treasuries that you have of ours and we're going to swap them for like a century zero coupon, non-tradable bond, right? A way to kind of say, we'll pay you in a long time. And so I think you had a question, Carol.
Well, I'm just looking, no, and forgive me, because that's the thing that really is like, how do you get, hey, we want to make this deal, you're going to have to swap out your debt. Like, does that even work? And as you said, it's never been done. So, that and putting it all together, we know the president has already talked about a sovereign wealth fund and requiring allies to shoulder more of kind of the national security spending that's going on. I mean, I don't know. 0 to 50, is this likely? 50 being the most likely, 0 not likely?
Yeah, well, I would say like even Jim Bianco in his talk, which I listened to, was like, hey, kind of like, I don't know if this will happen. He kept saying, you got to take Trump seriously, maybe not literally, right?
Right.
That he's going to do big things and break glass about a bunch of things you might not expect. This could happen. I mean, if you look at in the Mirror paper, he talks about, which I highlighted, like, like why would they do this? And Posar spoke about it, and they talk about, what's the stick to get countries? One of them is tariffs, right? Like if you don't do this, maybe we want to do this debt swap, we're going to do worse tariffs. And they've talked about the carrot is the exchange for, like you've already seen, for, us to, keep shouldering a lot of the burden in NATO for security, right? Carol, I think it's not anything in the offing anytime soon, but it's definitely an idea it's floating around since Stephen Mirren wrote that paper and other things. And like I said, I think it's getting more in the chatter, and I think that's why Jim felt like it's important. Like you got to at least register what's going on here.
As we said, most read story on the Bloomberg. Liz McCormick, thank you. Bringing the props and all, we really appreciate it. Chief correspondent for global macro markets here at Bloomberg News out there in New Jersey. Something that, safe to say, Tim, some global investors might be keeping an eye on. They're also focusing on what we talk an awful lot about, what's going on in Europe and some of the weakness that we consistently see.
Yeah, we certainly heard that in the wake of Davos, and sort of the tone of CEOs over there in Davos last month. So let's go there. Business activity in the euro area hardly grew again in February. It reinforced fears that the bloc remains mired in stagnation. As you know, European growth has been hobbled by a manufacturing malaise, political turmoil in its two biggest member states, and heightened uncertainty, Carol, from the war in Ukraine to persistent threats of U.S. trade tariffs.
Yeah, safe to say, Tim, our next guest knows a thing or two about the European economy. His company operates 13,500 cell phone towers in 6 countries in Central and Eastern Europe, including Slovakia, which is not too far away from Ukraine. He's also featured in Bloomberg's CFO Briefing weekly newsletter, which comes out on Sundays. With us is Lars Mosdorf. He is Chief Financial Officer of Euro Telesites. It is based in Vienna, and he joins us from Germany, along with Bloomberg News senior editor Nina Trentman, who is right here in our New York studio. Lars, it is so great to have you here with all of us. We do want to start with Germany. Our focus, we're doing a special over the weekend because of the election. It is the biggest economy in the Euro region. It has been struggling. It is curious for us, top of mind is how you are thinking about the outcome of the election and what it might mean in terms of jumpstarting the German economy and what it might actually also mean for your own business.
From Germany, first of all, thanks a lot for having me tonight. It's indeed, I would say, very rough times in the sense of that it's not predictable. Also from a sense that if you plan your business and if you really would like to frame what are the next steps to growth, because the framework in which we operate, in which the companies are operating, is quite unpredictable. And having said so, I think we had in Germany the upcoming election, of course, is one very important one. We had elections in Austria. We still are waiting for the outcome in that sense that we don't have a coalition yet in Austria, and there are other elections just very close or just behind in Europe. So it's a real change happening, and of course everybody is looking at the results. I think it's hard to predict what will be the real result. We see some changes day over day, but at the same time, if if you ask me about the wish list for the outcome of such an election, I think it's important that we have a stable coalition at the end, a coalition that is really able also to act and to develop and to clean up the things that we have been piling up in Europe in the last few years, and to really come back into the driver's seat. I think that's one of the things, and of course we see on the wings of the society some significant changes, and therefore the question is, will it be a coalition in which the new chancellor and also the party that will join the coalition is really able to change the fundamental structural requested changes that we need to initiate in Europe. And maybe the things we see in the US at the moment is a good initiative that helps Europe to really get back, as said, in the driver's seat on their own topics.
Lars, talk to us about your spending plans. Like, how are they impacted by this big uncertainty that we're not just seeing in Austria, but also in other European markets?
So maybe allow me a quick brief introduction of the company, because it's interesting. We're a bit behind the scenes, therefore that everybody, all of us, are using more and more mobile data. I'm only thinking about streaming. I'm thinking also about the things that are ongoing in using the mobile data, like cloud services, like online gaming, and so on and so on. And the PowerCo business in Europe, we're operating all over. There are approximately 450,000 towers located already. Those towers, they serve as the digital infrastructure. So this means that the mobile operators put their antennas on top of our real estate and our assets. And having said so, I think in our industry, the demand is significantly growing. We're, as a TowerCo, not linked to the data consumption, but to the overall increase of the demand. And having said so, we're planning to increase our spending on the CapEx side. So we already in 2024 reinvested 20% of the revenues into our infrastructure to keep up with the densification, but also to build new towers. And this will continue. Our guidance for 2025 is approximately in that framework, so still keeping on with 20% of CapEx spend linked to the overall revenue, and therewith, I think we're very well positioned.
Hey, Lars, all companies right now dealing with stressed geopolitics. We see the U.S. role in this as President Trump carries out his agenda. I want to talk a little bit about Russia, Ukraine, because you worked in St. Petersburg. Earlier in your career, you were Deputy CFO of Northern Capital Gateway. It operates the St. Petersburg airports. What can you tell us about your time there, your understanding of the country and of President Putin? Any insights you can share into just the conflict and seemingly how you're watching it?
I mean, I was there in 2015 until 2019 approximately, and it was the time in which there was still a belief that we could come closer together by working closer together and acting also economically closer together. And it was a time, and I can only speak for our airport project at that time, it was a significant infrastructure project that was appreciated by the Russian side, but also, of course, by the international investors that have been investing into the update and the upgrade of this quite modern, quite European standard-like airport in St. Petersburg. And therefore, at the time I was there, I felt a lot of opportunities to develop and jointly develop, and also feeling actually the sense that on the Russian side at that time there was an interest to attract international investments to Russia. I think through the war that was launched in the meantime by Russia, it has significantly changed, of course.
Maybe to follow up on that, you operate in countries that are close to Ukraine. I'm wondering, like, in how far are you seeing any impacts from the war on those countries, and like, do you see a potential solution to the conflict on the horizon?
We're operating indeed in Austria. This is the main market we are serving, but at the same time, we are also operating in 5 CEE countries: Bulgaria, Slovenia, Serbia, Macedonia, and Croatia. And I think the countries are not directly impacted by the war, thank God, but at the same time, of course, we as an infrastructure provider, we're the third listed tower co in Europe, and for sure, talking also about investments I just mentioned, we are impacted by, for example, high inflation rates. We're renting the land on which our towers are located, and therefore all the costs and the costs that overall are driven by inflation, by increase of the cost base, is hurting us. Same on the steel price, for example, that has gone down a little bit in the last few months, but still, if you look at such a tower infrastructure, the majority is, of course, the concrete and then also the steel. And having said so, we're lucky to see that we can work together with local suppliers. So in the supply chain, we don't have had any issues, and we would not directly actually expect any issues also from potential tariff discussions that we see worldwide. But at the same time, we have to cope with increasing costs. And if you look at the overall business model of a tower co, you can, on the positive side, see that we are, I think, a very long lasting investment opportunity in that sense that we have long-lasting contracts that give us a high visibility for the revenues, but also for the free cash flow. We have been stock listed in 2023, and from day one we have been generating positive free cash flow. But at the same time, we have generated last year in 2024 an EBITDA margin of 85%, which sounds very high, but you have to think that, of course, we had to invest massively into this infrastructure. We bought those almost 14,000 towers with 1 billion, and this 1 billion has been transferred to debt. So this is, of course, something where we need to be very careful that we deleverage over time, and this is our primary target also in the next few years. We've been lucky that we have been deleveraging a bit quicker than expected, down to 6.2 times. And at the same time, of course, the interest rates in themselves are quite high, and we always try to optimize the financing on our side.
Makes complete sense. Lars, so great to get some insight into your business, in particular, some thoughts on the German election, and of course, what's going on, or what was maybe going on in Russia, and just some perspective about what the environment used to be. Thank you so much. Lars Masdorf, he's Chief Financial Officer of Euro Telesites there in Stuttgart, Germany, where it's a little bit later on this Friday. And of course, our thanks to Bloomberg News Senior Editor Nina Trentman, a great view in terms of globally.
Well, from Stuttgart, Germany, we go now to Miami, where Bloomberg TV's Manis Cranny just wrapped up a conversation with Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi. This happening at the Future Investment Initiative Institute, hosted by Saudi Arabia's mammoth sovereign wealth fund. Check it out.
The rock star of tech. Everybody in here has an Uber rating, and they all want to say something to you. Dara, it's great to have you with me one-to-one. It's a real privilege. The president was here on Wednesday night. Deep bench, and the bench of tech is really well represented. Tech is at the heart of this White House, surrounding this administration. How disruptive 4 years for tech are we going to have?
Well, I think it remains to be seen. I mean, technology has been disrupting the global economies for years and years, right? Tech as a percentage of GDP has doubled over the past 20 years. And I think what's different about this administration is the active embracement of technology. You look at the U.S. leadership across the globe, much of that leadership comes from technology, and technology's effect on different parts of our society. Started with information gathering with Google, and then communication with Facebook and entertainment, the Netflix and Spotify. And then it went to the physical world, organizing the physical world, Uber, Airbnb, et cetera. What you're seeing now is this next wave of disruption powered by AI along the same patterning, right? Which is information gathering right now with ChatGPT, et cetera. And what is, I think, terrific about this administration is rather than taking a defensive stance, they're taking an active participatory role with technology companies, looking to accelerate going forward. And we think it's a wonderful opportunity for society, and we're very much looking forward to working with this administration.
Well, what participation have you had specifically with the president on AV? Is that what you use your 5 minutes for? AV, AV, AV. What are you going to push home?
Well, the president is very busy on many global issues right now, but in my communication with him, I will tell you that our drivers and couriers are thrilled about no taxes on tips. And I think the other area that we're really focused on, Uber is a company that operates in the real world and everyday life. I think one area that we can absolutely help on as it relates is the affordability of these services, inflation for the common customer. One of the top reasons why you see, let's say, Uber fares go up is actually the insurance costs that goes to a bunch of lawyers, et cetera. So we do look forward to working with them on AV and then driving affordability through insurance reform as well.
Two things. Do you think that you'll get a carve out for tax on tips for Uber drivers?
Well, I think what the president has said is he believes in no taxes on tips generally, and we think it's a terrific idea, and we will be very, very supportive of that initiative.
Let's just square away the inflation question at the moment. Your model is very different to many other businesses. Where does inflation play in as a risk? Is that one of the biggest risks that you have on the slate at the moment for 2025?
Well, our goal culturally, generally, is to continue to expand our services and affordability of our services to all over the countries in which we operate, not just the center of cities, not just the wealthy. And we want as many dollars that the consumer is paying to go to the drivers. And part of the issue now is with the inflation you see in insurance, home insurance prices, commercial insurance, car insurance, et cetera, a lot of these dollars are being lost to, tort lawyers, et cetera. And we think that with some reform of the system, you can get some relief there and a higher percentage of the dollars going to the driver base.
Is that something you'd actively look at? I got in the Uber this morning. I said, I'm going to speak to the guy that runs your company. What's the one thing that you want to say to him? He said, I'd like a bigger percentage payout.
Of course, why not?
He's at 50%. Where can you squeeze that to? Where do you realistically think that you can squeeze that to?
Well, if you remove insurance, which a lot of it is going to lawyers, et cetera, our global take rate is about 20%, and 80% is going both insurance and drivers. And the goal is to get as much of that 80% to our drivers, couriers, restaurant partners.
Talk to me about my adoption and how quickly I will adopt to an AV car. 15 years ago, I came out of black cabs in London and I never looked back, right? It was an evangelist moment. Here we are.
Well, we have black cabs now on Uber, so maybe you'll begin back into some black cabs.
Okay. Adoption for AV, how difficult is it? How frightened are we? What's the holdback? What's the rate?
So the technology is rapidly moving in the right direction. You see Waymos in San Francisco.
Yep.
In LA, these are cars that are safer than humans, which is terrific. And then you're also seeing incredible advancements in China, the WeRides of the world, Pony, et cetera. So technically, over the past 2 years, we have seen things move forward at a very, very accelerated pace. The newer technology, large language models or larger models coming in, is creating a real opportunity for a second generation of companies to develop this technology at very, very high speed. Now, we build technology for the real world. And just like you see now, the significant investments in time that it takes, for example, data center infrastructure, we have to build the infrastructure behind AV in order to get mass adoption and scale adoption. And it's going to take a couple of things. One is we need these AVs to be superhuman in terms of safety. There are more than 1 million fatalities, motor vehicle fatalities in the world. This is an opportunity for us to raise the bar and have these drivers who are superhuman. You see it with Waymo, and I think you're seeing it more and more as these drivers get trained up with our other partners as well. So that's one. Second is we need to align with regulators around the world, right? The regulations as it relates to AV are not mature. They're at national levels, state levels, city levels as well. And as it relates to the discussion on safety, these are really important dialogue to have with regulators to regulate AVs appropriately. Third, you need the infrastructure. You need depots, cleaning, charging, et cetera. It takes time to establish that infrastructure as well. Fourth, you need the cars. The pace of software change is actually moving faster than the pace of hardware changing. You need scaled vehicles with full redundancy. And then lastly, you need usage of these cars and high utilization of these cars because they're very, very expensive. It will take time, and we're working with industry and regulators to accelerate that, but we have to do that with care to move forward in the right way, so to speak.
So let's break some of that down, because you've got the relationship with Waymo. There was one person said to me on the way in, this is a strategic placeholder, and Dara is fundamentally limited by the scale of Waymo. Now, how would you respond to that? Because you're kind of hanging your hat with Waymo. Is it a placeholder, and is it restrictive?
I don't know what placeholder means, but they are a terrific partner of ours. Right now, we are both heads down, preparing for a launch in Austin and then later in the year in Atlanta. So the teams are working at multiple levels. The relationship is at multiple levels as well. And we look forward to really introducing this technology at scale on the Uber network in these cities, and hopefully much, much more to come. At the same time, we are working with the ecosystem, right? We don't think that this is going to be a winner-take-all marketplace. There's a ton of innovation going on outside of the US, and you should expect to see, you already see Ubers, autonomous Ubers in Abu Dhabi, but you will see a continuous expansion of AVs at small scale, hopefully all around the world.
But do you want to be dominant number one here in the United States of America?
I would never describe our position as dominance, but we want to be a big
regulator
player.
Anyway.
we want to be a big player, and we are very aligned with the development of this ecosystem. It's $1 trillion+ opportunity. It is an opportunity to make our streets fundamentally safer, and we want to be a leader along with partners like Waymo and other partners in moving this technology forward.
Before I ask you whether you're going to do a deal with Elon, you can chew on that for a moment. But the infrastructure, I'm curious just to build on that. That's one of the things that you say needs to be in place. How much of a headwind is the infrastructure build out to scalability of AV?
It is definitely, I wouldn't call it a headwind, but it's a restricting factor. Okay. And the good news for us is that we are already working with fleet partners all around the world as part of our initiative to electrify our fleet. So we are moving to EVs all around the world at about 5 times the speed of the average driver. The Uber driver is the driver that you want to move to EVs because they're driving 5 times the miles. Okay. So the impact on the environment is very big. And we're working with thousands of fleet partners all around the world that are moving our fleets over to EVs or providing just vehicles to drivers who can't afford these vehicles. That group of entities is going to be a big part of our moving over to EVs as well. So these are partnerships we have in place, but they're partnerships that we're going to grow to help us invest in the infrastructure needed.
So then cast forward to the end of the decade, the percentage of people that are going to book an AV trip?
Hey, listen, I think in certain cities around the world, and a lot of it depends on regulations, it'll be 20, 30, 40% of volumes, but it will take time to penetrate city after city, state after state, country after country.
What about New York? I mean, there's a real ruckus at the moment over the charge.
The congestion pricing.
The congestion pricing. How quickly will New York be part of this?
I don't think that technology is going to be a limiting factor, although driving in New York is quite a challenge. I think it's really going to be more of a regulatory question there.
I mentioned sort of flippantly, a potential deal with Elon Musk and Robotaxi. Robotaxi, we're told, will launch in theory this year. It does make sense that somebody like you and Elon Musk would co-join and unite behind this AV venture.
We certainly think it makes a ton of economic sense in that what we bring is demand to the AV ecosystem when demand often is quite variable. So we're able to have call a base load of AV demand. These cars are driving 20, 22 hours a day, and then we're able to complement that with human drivers as well. We would love to have Tesla's content on the network. There are about 150,000 drivers now who drive Teslas. 2 weeks ago, I got into Tesla Uber, and he was using FSD. The driver was using FSD. I asked him, when do you use it? When do you not use it? He's like, it's great. It kind of takes the edge off. Some of his passengers don't like it. Some do. So for us to turn those Teslas into autonomous Teslas when it's superhuman safe would be terrific.
Have you had a serious conversation with him? Do you interact with him? Is it one of the parts of the conversation?
I've had conversations with them. At this point, they want to build it alone. So to some extent, in Austin, we and Waymo will be competing with Tesla when they launch. And let's see. Life is long, but we would love to partner with them.
You have a new activist investor, Bill Ackman. I was joking with you back.
Former activist, he tells us.
Former well, here you go. He's taken a pretty big chunk in you. Do you think you have a good relationship on Twitter? But on a slightly more serious note, you've got to take somebody quite seriously when they've got a chunk of your company like that. What does he want? What do you think he wants? What have you talked about?
Well, I think he wants to make money, like a lot of people.
Well, hopefully you want to make money too.
Yeah, listen, I think Bill is one of the best investors on Wall Street.
Has he given you any kind of indication or plan about what the future together might look like?
He likes the direction that we're in, that we're going in. He's been very supportive. He's given me some actually feature tips. Bill's a huge user of Uber. So one was he wants to be able to pre-tip drivers, because right now when you're driving, every single time you have to put a tip. So Bill's a huge user. He's a big investor. And I think if we keep executing operationally the way that we are, we hope that over a long period of time, we can make him a lot of money and the rest of our shareholders a lot of money.
We're pretty much out of time. I mean, those are great, straight, generic answers, but you are a deal maker extraordinary in your former life at Expedia, et cetera. Are you hungry to really do some kind of transformational tech deal? Are you not?
Just had lunch. I'm quite full. Thank you.
Would you like dessert?
I would say on a serious note, executives learn as well. Expedia was built on a number of deals. We have obviously had our share of deals at Uber.
Yeah.
But what's extraordinary about Uber is the amount of innovation and our ability to build organically. We built Uber Eats, which is tens of billions of dollars, almost half the business. Thank you.
Okay.
Organically, we're building our grocery and retail business organically. We are building our AV partnerships organically. So I have to go with the strength of the company, and Uber's strength is innovation. It's in the innovation coming from our engineers and our product folks, and that's the horse I'm going to ride, so to speak, to mix metaphors.
All right, everybody. That is, of course, Bloomberg TV's Manus Cranney there with the Uber CEO, Dara Khosrowshahi, joining them from Miami at FII. We want to go right to our next guest.
Mark Gurman is Bloomberg News Chief Technology Correspondent. He's our go-to on all things Apple,
Not
usually
a guest, family.
on the West Coast. We are so happy to have him here in the studio. Hey, I wanted to start with President Trump saying just a few hours ago that part of his conversation with Tim Cook yesterday included the fact that Apple will build plants here in the U.S. and not in Mexico. Just take us through the factories and what's in Mexico, what's in the U.S., because let's be honest, Apple makes most of its stuff outside of the U.S.
Tim, Carol, this is an easy one, and I say this with all due respect to the president. I think he made it up. I don't think there was any discussion of Tim Cook telling Trump that they have facilities in Mexico or planned any facilities in Mexico. As far as my reporting is concerned, Apple doesn't manufacture anything in Mexico, and Apple has no plans to manufacture anything in Mexico. What I think is more likely to have happened is that Tim Cook talked to Trump about its advanced manufacturing that it does in the United States, things like components, underlying parts in its devices. You have some manufacturing now occurring for some of the chips in the Apple Watch and the upcoming low-end iPad. You have manufacturing being done of some sensors, the Face ID sensor. Some of them are manufactured in the United States. You have Corning, right, in upstate New York that does some manufacturing. You have some manufacturing being done in Kentucky. But there has to be a distinction made between component manufacturing and final assembly manufacturing. The street, investors, when we talk about this stuff, We don't really care where the parts are made. That's not important. It really never comes up. We care about final assembly. It's a process called FATP, final assembly, testing, and packaging, right? That's the internal Apple and operational nomenclature for this stuff. That's building the device, putting it together, testing it, make sure it works, put it in the box, and ship it out to the customer wherever they are in the world. That's what we think of manufacturing, mass production, mass assembly. It's not happening in Mexico, and I don't believe it's happening in the U.S. either.
Where is it happening?
Oh, well, most of it's happening in our favorite place, China, right? A lot of it is going to continue there. Still, 90% plus of iPhones are made there, but they're doing more. They're doing some iPhone in India, including the new 16e is done in India, but they've already started the 16 Pro and regular 16s in India. You're seeing some manufacturing of Macs in places like Malaysia. You're seeing some manufacturing of AirTags that's going to start at some point in Indonesia. You're seeing Thailand in the mix there. You're seeing Vietnam in the mix there for some AirPods and Apple Watches. So they're slowly expanding out of China. I don't think they're replacing China, but I think they're augmenting what's being done in China. In China, really, when it comes to the iPhone in production, it's still the center of the universe. So long story short, no Mexico, and more advanced manufacturing of components in the U.S., certainly. And I believe that is what President Trump and Tim Cook talked about. But I don't see any major final assembly here happening. They do have a Mac Pro that they do make in Texas, and they've made it in Texas for 15 years now, and I strongly believe they'll continue doing so.
So even if they wanted to start thinking about changing significantly their global supply chain, Mark, it's not something they could do overnight. So in other words, their exposure to China, it's going to be there for a long time.
Their exposure to China is going to be there for a very long time. It took 25 years to build up the situation they have now in China. It's going to take a decade if they wanted to move everything out of China elsewhere. I don't anticipate that happening. And right now, there's no reason for it to happen there. The big topic of discussion right now within Apple's operations group is diversification. Diversification does not mean abandonment. Diversification means you have some stuff in China, you have some stuff in Thailand, you have some stuff in the US, you have some stuff in Europe, wherever. You just don't have it all in one place. COVID obviously wiped out Apple production facilities, which were pretty much all in China at the time. Now you get wiped out in one country, you got some backup.
What about when it comes to tariffs in Apple? I'm sure, look, I don't know what happened yesterday. I don't know what they talked about. Apple was able to
Do we
have
know
exemptions.
what they talked about?
Well, you have to look at it
Sorry,
from,
I'm curious. Like, do we have any insight?
Yes, but you have to look at it, and this is going to answer your question.
Yeah.
You have to understand, Tim Cook needs a tariff reprieve. He wants Apple products to not get additional tariffs, iPhones, Macs, iPads, watches, you name it. You don't just, the way it works, you have to dangle a carrot in order to get what you want, right? So Tim Cook wants no tariffs. Trump loves tariffs. He likes to say it's his favorite word in the dictionary, apparently. And he wants tariffs, but the thing that Trump seems to want more than tariffs is to go back to his base and be able to show that he's bringing jobs back to America and he's bringing more manufacturing to America. And so Tim Cook is telling him they are bringing more jobs to America. They are bringing more manufacturing in America. We are investing more in America. Everything that Tim Cook is telling Trump is true, but he's doing it to get a tariff reprieve. And it's stuff they've been doing all along anyways, to a large extent.
But we're not going to get a press release out of Apple that says, hey, folks, we're actually not, closing down plants in Mexico and doing new ones in America, right? Are we not going to get a correction on that? Probably not.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they put out a supplier responsibility report every year. They just put out a recent one. I actually read through it a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
They don't have any final assembly in Mexico. They have 3 suppliers with facilities in Mexico, but those are individualized components. They don't make anything in Mexico.
I guess my point
you
is,
can take it to the bank.
My point is, they're not going to come out and necessarily, correct the president because they want
they've never corrected
because they
the
want
president.
They want a relationship.
Let me go. Yeah. Not only has Apple never corrected the president, they have what amounts to lying to some extent to help the president.
Let me just remind everybody what President Trump said earlier today. He said, Apple will build plants in the U.S., not Mexico. Apple's shifting plants because of tariffs. We're going to have lots of chip makers coming in.
I mean, that chip maker point, that was my first theory, that he was referring to this new TSMC plant in Arizona where they're going to build some chips.
Which has been being built it's been under construction for years.
I mean, I can say that Apple's also not building plants in Greece. That is true.
So it's the long game he's playing. Tim Cook.
I think Tim Cook, I think Trump, they're all trying to get what they want. And guess what? There is a very real world in which they both get exactly what they want. And guess what? That's what happened last time in the first Trump administration. Tim Cook got everything he wanted, and so did Trump.
All right, just fair warning. I know you're here next week. We're going to want you back in the studio. All right. Mark Gurman, of course, of Bloomberg News. Folks, for those who are watching on TV, the close coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I continue on Business Week.
The Oval Office has a different look.
In a Truth Social post, President Trump says the Resolute desk has been temporarily replaced with one of 6 others available to sitting presidents. He says it's being lightly refurbished. No word on why, but Mr. Trump's swap comes a week after Elon Musk's 4-year-old son X accompanied his dad during a news conference, picking his nose and wiping his finger on the desk as he fidgeted and taunted reporters, even the president, while his father held court. Mr. Trump, a known germaphobe, assures the desk, first used by President Kennedy in 1961, will be back. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The top chess player in the world is auctioning off a pair of designer jeans for charity. Norwegian chess grandmaster Magnus Carlsen quit a competition in New York in December after he was told the jeans he was wearing broke a dress code. The auction will raise money for Big Brothers Big Sisters of America. The highest bid for the jeans so far, more than $8,000. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we are under 55 minutes away from wrapping up the trade here on this Friday, and also wrapping up the week overall. Got to say,
not looking good.
No, we've got the major equity averages. They're at their lows. We'll get a market check for you in just a moment. Most names, almost 400 in the S&P 500 or lower today. We've got about a 1.7% decline, but we'll talk about the trade in just a moment. In the meantime, a couple of different areas of our world on our radar.
Yeah, we're going to start talking a little bit about health. Novo's Ozempic Wegovy shortage has ended, and that threatens copycats. A little preview for one of my big decliners today.
We're also going to talk about some of the pharmaceutical companies that are actually rallying on concerns maybe of a new coronavirus out of China. Again, little reports, keeping a watch on it, but we do have, as we said, stocks lower in our Markets Live blog, saying that maybe some of it is just adding to some of the sour risk sentiment that we already see in the market trade.
How's this for the title of an essay? Gen Z and the End of Predictable Progress. So writes Bloomberg opinion contributor Kyla Scanlon. She spent nearly 9 months traveling the country. She shares with us her findings.
I love when people go around the country and kind of report back. Hey, and how's this? The U.S. is in the middle of a med spa boom. Count me in. No, well, maybe a little bit. And you can see it all over our faces, maybe our face, my face, other people's faces.
It's Groundhog Day.
No, I can't. I'm like, moth to the flame. Amanda Moll's latest. And yes, there is a private equity play in all of this. Stick around. You'll get the story a little bit later on.
Hey, first up, check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. It is a tough day for the U.S. equity market here. 54 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs and wraps up a losing week. I want to begin with the weekly numbers because right now we are looking at a loss of 1.6% on the week. A down Friday here. Right to the numbers, S&P down 102, drop there of 1.7%. Dow Industrials down 770 now, a decline of 1.8%, while NASDAQ is down 420. On NASDAQ, that is a drop of 2.1%. Stocks getting hit after weaker than expected economic data raises concerns about the outlook for corporate America. 10-year, 4.41%. The 2-year, 4.18%. Gold right now down $1.90 the ounce, down 0.1%, 29.73. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 3%. WTI 70.30 a barrel right now. President Trump has told a gathering of governors that Apple CEO Tim Cook promised him that the company's manufacturing will shift from Mexico to the U.S. Right now, Apple shares are trading higher, actually just moving lower. They have been higher for much of the session. Apple right now down by about 0.1%. And Coinbase Global says the SEC has agreed to drop its lawsuit that accused the largest U.S. cryptocurrency trading platform of running an illegal exchange. Again, recapping, the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declining, S&P down by 1.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Check out shares of the telehealth company Hims & Hers Health, ticker HIMS, just cratering today, down at one point as much as 26%, down 23% as we speak right now. Meantime, ADRs of Novo Nordisk are on the rise. This all due to U.S. regulators coming out and saying that Novo's weight loss and diabetes drugs are no longer in short supply. It's a decision that's expected to curtail widespread access to cheaper copies of the popular medications.
Sorry, I had to sneeze a little bit there. Covering it all.
You were laughing at me, Carol
I
Massar.
had to sneeze. Covering it all on the GLP-1 beat as she does is Bloomberg News health reporter Madison Muller. She joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. All right, tell us what's going on here.
So it was kind of, I don't want to use the word funny, but it was, the timing was odd because this morning Hims actually had an announcement pre-market that they were acquiring a peptide manufacturing facility to help them make these knockoff GLP-1s from start to finish. This would help them make like the active ingredient in these medications. So the shares were up pre-market, and then that was very quickly reversed after the FDA came out with not at first a statement, but they have this database where they keep track of drug shortages, and we noticed this morning that it said resolved under Novo Nordisk's Ozempic and Wegovy, and then they came out with a statement later, and so Hims' rally sort of very quickly reversed this morning after that came out, because this is a big threat to their business.
Well,
I was just going to say, because so essentially, like, why, if you can get the original, right, why do you want what they're offering? Is that kind of
Well,
it?
so
what's
Hims offers these drugs, which are, Wegovy's like $1,300 a month for a fraction of the price. But I don't want to say loophole, but this policy in U.S. drug law allows compounding pharmacies to make copies of drugs only when they're in shortage. Okay. So the reason Hims and all of these other telehealth companies have been able to do this is because the drugs have been in shortage. And so that FDA designation this morning that they're not anymore means legally they're not allowed to do this anymore.
So that's it, they're done as of today?
You would think, however, because there are hundreds of thousands of patients that are now on these copycat drugs, the FDA has sort of listened to the compounders' argument that, like, you can't just end this because you will have hundreds of thousands of patients that can no longer access their medications overnight. And that's just, that's an issue for a lot of reasons. But so the FDA is giving them a 60 to 90 day window to stop making these drugs. And then I was able to see a couple of letters that were sent from other telehealth companies to patients this morning, sort of saying that they think that patients will be able to get them for like a year at least.
This not coming as a surprise, or this coming as a surprise to investors. Just look at the reaction to shares of Hims. They were Hims and Hers Health. They were caught off guard, obviously, here. But they had to know at some point this gravy train was going to end, and production supply would not, fall short of demand.
Exactly. I mean, I think maybe people, I don't know, it was in the back of their minds because Novo's drugs have been in shortage for so long. Like, it's been 2 or 3 years now that these drugs have been in and out of shortage. Novo has said, like, it shouldn't be a surprise. Novo has said that this year they were going to get off the shortage list. Maybe it came sooner than investors had expected. But at the same time, I mean, Hims' business is like, they have a lot of other products. This is what they do. They offer lower cost, cheaper, generic versions of drugs. But obviously, I think weight loss drugs have put them on the map the last year.
Is it the bulk of their business?
It's not the bulk of their business, actually. They have drugs for hair loss, erectile dysfunction. They have dermatology products. They're expanding into hormone treatments and like menopause and women's health. So they do have a lot of other products. They have other weight loss products too, actually. So it isn't the bulk of their business. However, it is sort of the thing that has made, their shares gain so much in the last year.
As you said, put them on the map.
Yeah.
So, because it makes me wonder then, because if the bulk was, it's like, well, what kind of business, strategy is that going forward?
Right.
So what is the outlook then?
Yeah, I mean, the CEO of Hims thinks that they will be able to sort of do this indefinitely because there are actual loopholes that will kind of allow them to make personalized or tailor-make weight loss treatments by, like, adding B12 vitamins or something in with the weight loss drugs that sort of lets them get around this by saying that they are personalized medicines, which is what compounding pharmacies are sort of supposed to be doing. So he has been pretty strong about, he has a strong opinion about that they will be able to continue doing this. But I did see some analyst notes today that investors were like, we kind of need to hear from Hims about, like, what their long-term strategy is now, because we're not sure if we believe it.
One of our loyal fans of our program getting in touch with me on IB right now and saying that the new thing is dabbling in Ozempic sort of like microdosing Ozempic. This is kind of the, so you don't want to lose like a ton of weight, but you use it to maintain.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
That is definitely a thing that it has taken off, and people aren't just doing it for weight loss, they're doing it for all of the other supposed health benefits that GLP-1s have, like we've talked about a million times on this show.
The miracle drug that's going to cure us all.
Anti-inflammatory.
No, I say it like as a joke, but it does feel like it is going to cure everything.
I mean, it's like I was at this healthcare conference in January and was hearing from a lot of executives and people, on Wall Street that they're doing this. They're microdosing. It's obviously not FDA approved. If they're doing it, it's because, they're getting a different dosage from a compounded pharmacy or telehealth company, and they're able to sort of manipulate the dose. They're not using the injector pen that the real drugs come in. But people are firm believers in it. It's like sort of the next longevity treatment, like metformin or some of those other drugs that people use. So,
what about this peptide plant that Hims bought?
Yeah.
If they could have a time machine, would they go back and not do this?
Well, I mean, peptides are a whole can of worms. Like, it is really sort of in the same vein as like microdosing. It is a big wellness trend that was sort of on the fringe of like the bodybuilding community a little bit, and is now really come center stage for, I think that I keep saying that compounded drugs were sort of like the gateway drug for people who go to these med spas, like we were talking about earlier, compounded pharmacies, telehealth companies, and then they sort of get into other peptides. There are tanning peptides. There are like a lot of different interesting.
Is the science there, Madison?
The science is there in some cases. I mean, peptides is like a really general word. I mean, GLP-1 drugs are peptides. So, obviously for those, the science is there. They're used in a lot of over-the-counter supplements. They're used in a lot of skincare products. But there are also peptides that are not really rigorously studied, and yet they're used often in med spas or in compounded products. And so it is like, I mean, the jury's out. It's a very general term.
They're in tons of like skincare products, right?
Exactly.
Like, I feel like
it's a buzzword,
right?
Yeah,
It's a buzzword, and it's also very lucrative, I would imagine, for companies that sell these things.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, how are you thinking? Well, okay, we only have a minute left.
Go there.
I've got to go there.
Yeah.
Go to the new COVID Plus.
I mean, what are you hearing?
I mean, I think.
Like, have you called Moderna or Pfizer yet?
I have not, but I mean, I think people are clearly reacting to it.
Yeah.
I would say we don't need to be, I mean, I say that carefully. Like, I don't think that there's a reason to be concerned yet. There are coronaviruses detected in bats often. They're carriers of these types of viruses. And, like, there would need to be a spillover event of some sort where either the virus mutates in a way that makes it, transmissible among humans, or it goes into another animal and then goes into humans. So it's like, my hope is that we've learned lessons from the last 4 years that we can apply, and hopefully this doesn't happen again, but I guess we'll see.
I will note that our own John Lauerman and Bob Langreth have a story out that notes that researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology in China said they discovered a new coronavirus in bats that enters cells using the same gateway as the virus that causes COVID-19.
The lab finding raises the possibility that this new bat virus could spread from animals to humans, although it hasn't been detected in humans yet.
Exactly.
As you say, we have to be cautious and careful with this.
Wuhan again.
Yeah. Deja vu all over again. Been here before.
Seriously.
No, we don't know. Like, we're going to, it definitely is moving these stocks. I do also want to mention on Hims and hers, just going back to it, almost 34% of the float is shorted. So investors are pretty negative on the outlook, which is no surprise considering some of the news. It's been a while. Good to have you back.
I know, it's good to see you.
Yeah, really good to have you
Happy weekend, almost.
Happy weekend. Fingers crossed. Hope it gets warmer. Madison Muller, thank you so much. Bloomberg News health reporter. Hey, coming up next, Wall Street's new money is shaping up the ranks of the super wealthy. We're coming back. Is that our big take?
Oh, it is.
It is. Stick around.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ deeply in the red. And right now, with just about 39 minutes to go ahead of the close, the S&P trading very close to session lows. The S&P right now at 6,016. It is down now by 1.6%, dropping 100 points. Dow Industrials down 766 now, a decline of 1.7%. NASDAQ lower by 418 for NASDAQ, a drop of 2.1%. 10-year 4.41% with a 2-year 4.18%. Spot gold down $6 the ounce, down 0.2%, 29.33 on gold, and crude down 3%. WTI 70.28 a barrel. As for the market backdrop, Ann Berry is managing partner and founder of Threadneedle Ventures. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg. She also talked about Palantir, saying that Palantir shares fell 10% on Wednesday following a report that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked officials for plans on how to slash military spending. Palantir right now down by 4.3%. So again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down by 1.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. More on the markets right now. Researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology in China said they discovered a new coronavirus in bats that enters cells using the same gateway as the virus that causes COVID-19. Now, we should note the virus has not been detected in humans, merely identified in a lab. Word of the discovery, though, lifted the shares of some vaccine makers on Friday, but took broader indices lower, seeming to have soured risk sentiment further. Bloomberg News macro strategist Cameron Kreis joins us now. He's also the author of the Macro Man column. Cameron, why, if with this sour risk sentiment, if this was just discovered and identified and has not been detected in humans?
Well, I think prices are set on the margin, right? So this is a new piece of information. Nobody really knows anything about it because it's just come up. And so the natural impulse, I think, is to de-risk a little bit first and then figure out what's going to happen later. You can see that obviously through the share prices of some of the vaccine makers, which have obviously done very well. But there's also sort of a broader backdrop, I think, that we saw last week as well, where markets tended to de-risk ahead of the weekend, ahead of any potential sort of tape bombs, as it were, from Washington, D.C. And there's also the broader backdrop that some of the retail favorites that have done very well thus far this year. I think you alluded to, or Charlie alluded to, Palantir a couple of minutes ago. Those have started to roll over, which again is a sort of an incentive for investors maybe to sweep a bit off the table.
Yeah, a bit of a broad malaise. We've got almost 400 names in the S&P 500 lower as we speak. And if I look at the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, all are down except for consumer staples, which are up about 1%. Having said that, Cameron, as you say, kind of the broader backdrop, we got some weak economic news, consumer sentiment, and some other readings. And this is at a time where the Fed just this week with the Fed minutes said, hey, listen, we're in no rush to cut rates. So that could be troubling to investors as well.
Yeah, I think one of the really interesting developments of the morning was from the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey, which was the second reading, and normally that's not something that really moves markets very much at all. But we saw the median 5 to 10 year inflation expectation unexpectedly jump to its highest level in 30 years. Now, we have to take a step back and understand that the Michigan sentiment in particular is, it's kind of funny actually, it's extremely partisan. So since the election of Donald Trump, you've seen Republican sentiment move up a lot. And funny enough, Republican inflation expectations moved down a lot with obviously contrary moves on the part of Democrats. So the reading for any particular survey is actually really highly dependent on how many Republicans that they surveyed or how many Democrats they've surveyed. So it's probably a bit of an overreaction. The Michigan people also surveyed political independents, and what we saw there was that their inflation expectations, while remaining relatively elevated, didn't actually move on the month. So I think you could probably say it's a bit of an overreaction, but by the same token, we also had an S&P Purchasing Managers Index, which showed that from a broad economy basis, accounting for both the service sector and the manufacturing sector, activity slowed, surprisingly slowed, with new orders down, employment lower as well. And even the price indices were sort of unfavorable insofar as they showed input prices going up and output prices, output price pressure going down a bit. So that implies some margin pressure.
All right, good to check in with you. So appreciate it. Bloomberg News macro strategist Cameron Kryes joining us. He's also author of the Macro Man column. I do want to also point out the VIX has moved up about 3 points to 1869. So we have seen some move up there as well.
Okay, from today's public market trade to private markets, and we talk about it all the time, private credit just booming. Take this, for example. In just a decade, its assets have more than tripled to $1.6 trillion as institutional investors and wealthy individuals seek alternatives to regular stocks and bonds. And guess what? It's making a lot of people a lot of money. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index calculated the fortunes of 18 beneficiaries of the private credit boom. Together, these individuals who work at 7 different companies are worth $61 billion. It's the subject of today's Big Take. It's also the current issue of Bloomberg Markets Magazine. That's where you can find it. You can read the story and more from Bloomberg The Big Take on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com/Big Take. Tom Maloney is an editor at Bloomberg News. He, along with Ben Stupples, wrote the story. Tom joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. It's a catch-all term, private credit. Remind everybody what exactly it is.
Oh, man, you started out with the toughest question.
I apologize.
I think what's interesting is if you look at the list of firms that we've identified here, 7 firms, their approach to private credit is actually quite different. I mean, take Apollo. Historically, obviously, it's a big private equity player. It's really pivoted to credit, especially over the past couple of years that Rowan's been in charge. But what they identify as private credit are, lending to really well-banked big firms, AT&T, Intel, SoftBank, those kind of firms that have plenty of people they can go to if they need to borrow money. Whereas other firms on the list, like take a Golub Capital, they're really doing more traditional middle market lending that we associate with private credit historically. Those are firms that might not otherwise be attractive customers to banks. They're lower down in the risk ratings, are a bit too small. Historically, that's been that kind of private credit deal, but it's really just lending outside of banks that typically is not traded or broadly syndicated.
Yeah, which is one of the things that people kind of get a little concerned about, right? The lack of transparency when it comes to private credit. Having said that, it has ballooned in the last couple of years. You and I always talk about it, like in different investment conferences. It's all anybody ever seems to want to talk about is private credit. As a result, it's created some really wealthy people.
Absolutely, yeah. As we mentioned, 18 billionaires, and this was just looking at firms that have what we determined was a majority of their assets invested in private credit. There's some other really big firms that are not included here. Chief among them is Blackstone, which obviously has some billionaires associated with it as well. But, the world of private credit billionaires is huge, and I think we're just scratching the surface here. But half the names that we looked at here were new to us. We hadn't valued them previously. So 9 new billionaires that we identified when we were doing this exercise.
And they're from firms such as Ares, Apollo, HPS, Blue Owl, Oak Hill, and more. How would you characterize the group in terms of how quickly their net worth grew as a result of private credit?
Yeah, I think you can really split it up into 2 groups. So, on the one hand, we have these big names like Apollo and Ares, and we identified a bunch of non-founder executives there that have become billionaires as these firms have grown and become really profitable. Their share price has done exceptionally well the past 5 years. Then the other half of the group found as some of these private credit firms, firms that before I started this I hadn't really known much about at all, like Cliffwater and Oak Hill. And as asset managers have tried to catch up to the private credit space in the past couple of years, they've made investments in these firms, acquired some of these firms. We saw that with HPS and BlackRock last year. And that's created a huge amount of wealth for these founders as these firms have been purchased.
How difficult was it to kind of figure out all the numbers and stuff in terms of their exposure? Because we talk about private credit, it's private. And, you know, again, going back to how I kicked it off, you know, that this idea that there's not a lot of transparency. So I'm just curious.
Well, a couple of these are publicly traded firms, which typically makes it easier. Although, you know, look, there's executives at these firms who don't get identified in the filings because they're not senior enough, but they're probably billionaires as well. I mean, these are massive, very valuable firms. So there's still a degree of, there's still stuff that we don't know, certainly about what goes on at the public firms. And then the private ones, what's helped is all of this investment into that space that we've seen in the past couple of years from firms like Blue Owl, BlackRock, other ones as well that are taking stakes or buying these firms outright.
There's so much M&A happening. I mean, it's like, how do you keep track of what companies are buying what companies? This is like, the whole thing is just, seems like huge roll-ups.
Absolutely. Like I said, you know, they're trying to play catch up in the private credit space. So much money going into it, so much money being made. They feel like they need to have a presence there, and that's creating a few billionaires.
Yeah, I think it's just so interesting too that the kind of the establishment who wasn't in private credit, how quickly they've ramped up their efforts, either purchasing firms, right? Or, you know, a lot of times it is purchasing a firm, but just, you know, expanding it. And it's only expected to continue, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as I said, it's by no means a complete list of everybody in private credit who is a billionaire, and we're going to be adding more names to this list going forward.
What happens to the industry when rates go down? If rates, I guess it should not be when, it should be if rates go down.
If rates go down, look, I think the private credit industry grew very well in a low rates environment. You know, it was an attractive space as an alternative to traditional corporate bonds because it was a high yielding product. So I don't think it's necessarily going to slow down the private credit industry.
Yeah, I kind of do wonder too that though the more folks that go into private credit, what it means for kind of traditional banking, right? Who also are, you know, I think about the Wall Street banks are also looking at private credit, but I also wonder about the competition for deals. You know what I mean? And what's so important in terms of private credit is the returns, right, that they ultimately give to investors. And I just wonder how crowded the space becomes and how it makes it more difficult to maybe follow through on those returns.
Yeah, and they're all talking about that on their investor calls. Companies like Blue Owl and Apollo, how they're going to stand out, how they're going to compete. Blue Owl is interesting because it's really still a pretty new firm. It's only been out there for a few years, but it's really well known. And as we mentioned in the story, you know, they're out there advertising themselves, sponsoring sports and that kind of thing. And they see that as a way to kind of staying relevant and making sure that they're, you know, the first port of call for a lot of these firms who are looking to borrow cash.
Yeah, and I love it how a lot of these guys are, you know, they leave the establishment, right, to go kind of go out on their own. The numbers are fascinating. It's the kind of list that is definitely among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal because people love to know the names, the firms, and the money, always. Tom, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
You bet. Tom Maloney, he is editor at Bloomberg News, and he, along with Ben Stupples, wrote the story, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Hey, coming up next, we're going to talk markets. We drive to the close with Kathy Entwistle, Managing Director of Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management. That's next on Business Week.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Steep losses for the U.S. equity market, on track for a losing week. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red. We are off session lows barely. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are really under pressure today. The Dow currently down 718 points. S&Ps are down 100, is trying to hold the 50-day moving average, and the NASDAQ is lower by 2.1%. The U.S. 10-year yield sinks to 4.41%. Gold and oil are in the red, and Bitcoin, that's lower by 3%. Among the main 11 SB sectors, only consumer staples were in the green. Consumer discretionary and industrials were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Amgen and Coca-Cola, while UNH fell 7% after reports of a DOJ probe into their Medicare billing. In other news, Colgate sees 2025 net sales growth roughly flat. And wrapping things up, transports are sinking today, helped by a report from J.P. Morgan highlighting potential risks from Amazon Freight's plans to build up capacity. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUAK, S-Q-U-A, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody. We've got just about 18, 19 minutes left in the trading session, getting ready to wrap up the Friday trade. And also, of course, this holiday shortened trading week, just 4 days, felt like 5, maybe felt like 6 or 7. But anyway, it's been a busy one. And we do see really a risk-off trade on this Friday. You just heard from Charlie and Bill Maloney. You've got most names in the S&P 500 lower, and we continue to just kind of bump along the bottom here. But not necessarily the kind of day that we've seen in a while. Again, 2% lower on the NASDAQ 100, down about 1.7% on both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. United Health, though, really at play there in the Dow.
I want to know what Kathy Entwistle has to say about this. She's Managing Director of Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management. She joins us once again from Ridgewood, New Jersey. Kathy, a sell-off such as this, I mean, there are folks who've been saying for months, you know, they've been expecting some sort of correction. You look at the chatter and people are like, hey, this could be a buying opportunity. Others say it's going to go down more. How are you thinking about it?
Hey, thanks for having me, Tim and Carol. Yeah, I think it's really interesting what's going on. We're seeing the Mag 7, mega cap stocks, their dominance is starting to deteriorate, and it's time to think about opportunities in other areas of the market as well. So anytime I see a market like this come apart, it is a great opportunity to reassess your portfolio, see what's working and not working, and maybe start transitioning into other areas of the market. Take some profits from where you have them and start going into other areas. Really is, to me, the best advice you can do. Lots of great opportunities here.
Kathy, is the market falling apart?
Is it falling apart? I mean, it's certainly coming undone a little bit. So we're not expecting like a complete meltdown, but we have been talking about the Mag 7 stocks for quite a while. And the popularity of follow the money. Everybody's running into the same stocks, and eventually it's just it can't grow anymore. It's like an overcapitulation, and it's time for everyone to look at earnings and growth opportunities within those companies and see where the real value is. And if the value is too high, don't buy those stocks. Look for the stocks that are undervalued. There's some great names and great opportunities and great parts of the indices that are going down along with some of these overpriced companies. And so that's what you want to look for right now, to put your money where there are opportunities where they're undervalued, not overvalued.
What's undervalued to you at this point?
Undervalued? Oh, LOL, anything under, 30 times. No.
No, but I mean, no, I'm not just saying, okay, but I mean, specifically, where are you finding undervalued names? Like what sectors?
Yeah, well, I would say, first of all, if you go for, just sort of like the broader parts of the market, large cap value, it did underperform a little bit last year. It's probably a good opportunity to have some more of that in your portfolio. Growth has had, quite a run. We also do like, though, the mid-cap growth spot. So that's another area where you can find some opportunities. The sectors, financials, energy, healthcare, despite any news today, domestic manufacturers and consumer services are all sectors that we like.
What do you not like?
It's interesting. I think that we all had a lot of things, ideas in our heads coming into the market this year. U.S. is going to be dominant in AI. Well, we have some issues going on right there, right? So sort of a pause. Inflation is tamed, it's getting into a good spot. And then, maybe not quite yet. So it's more like just the tried and true areas of the market. And then don't be afraid to have, fixed income. It will be interesting to see what goes on with rates. If we, have higher for longer, all of a sudden those high yield money market rates are looking pretty good again. But also to leg out a little bit into municipal bonds in your taxable accounts and high grade corporate bonds in your retirement accounts.
Hey, Kathy, what do you do and how do you kind of navigate your clients through the news that comes out of Washington, whether it's executive orders, executive actions, talks on tariffs? How do you navigate those conversations with your investor base?
Yeah, it's definitely been very distracting, I think, for investors and trying to navigate through like what is Washington saying and how is this going to impact, the companies that I own in my portfolio, but also their own personal lives. So in that respect, it's like take a breath, take a beat. Like we're not going to look at the short term. We're going to look at the long term, and over longer periods of times, the market always goes up. It's boring, but it's true. And if you have a long-term plan and you're investing for that long-term plan, you're going to be in great shape. You have to match your investments to your goals. So no short-term money. I'm buying a house next month. You don't put that money in the stock market, right? It's in liquid cash, ready to go. You're retiring in 20 years, go into equities. You'll be fine for the long term. You have to think broader when you're thinking about your investments.
It does seem like every time there's some sort of ever so slight decline, the dip buyers rush in. Indeed, that's how it's been throughout this rally. What breaks that mentality?
What breaks that mentality? That's a great question. I'm not sure what would break that mentality because it's also been like a tried and true way to leg into the market. Every time the market dips, throw a little bit more money in. It's a concept of like dollar cost averaging into the market, but taking advantage of like the dresses on sale, right? I like the dress, now it's cheaper, let me buy it. So I think it's actually a good strategy. I wouldn't dissuade people from doing that. But what I would say is don't just go and follow the noise. Like think about what you're legging into and what you're buying into, that it is actually something that has the opportunity to go up over the next, 6, 12 months, 2, 3 years, and that you're in it for a long-term investment. Trading is very difficult to time.
You said it's a good question. Credit where credit is due. That question coming from a member of our audience listening and watching right now.
Nice. Excellent.
That's kind of you. Really nice to share.
You got to give credit.
Do you think the Fed should be concerned about inflation, or are you more concerned about weakness in the economy at this point?
I remember when we were starting to get inflation a few years ago, and the call was, "Oh, this is just temporary," and it's this too shall pass quickly. And then, of course, that was not the case. So what I would say is, when it comes to inflation, we've had like the issues that we've just had. I don't take it lightly that we're in this like sticky inflation sort of situation right now, and it does take a lot of thought and sort of timing of how to do this right. So it's no small feat. I do think that it's important to pay attention to it. And am I more worried about inflation or what was it, the growth of the economy?
Well, are you like more concerned about inflation kind of rearing its head again, or weakness, the economy starting to weaken more substantially, or weaken at all?
I think the inflation is actually going to be a little bit more of an issue than the economy weakening. I think it's the inflation is the trickier issue at this point. Still.
All right. So it's kind of like what the Fed says. You're in good company. We're going to leave it there. Hey, listen, thank you so much, Kathy. Have a good weekend. Kathy Entwistle, she's Managing Director at Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management, joining us from Ridgewood on this Friday. Folks, we've got, again, the major equity averages hovering near their lows of the session, just off of them, 1.67% lower on the S&P 500, decline of about 100 points. NASDAQ 100 down 2%, a decline of almost 450, and the Dow down 1.7%. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we are just about 7 minutes away from the closing bell on this Friday, getting ready to wrap up the shortened trading week. And we are finishing up what's looking like on a day where we are clearly risk off in terms of the equity trade. Down, as you heard from Charlie, down about 1.7% on both the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones Industrial Average, down about 2% on the NASDAQ 100. And really, we're seeing broad-based selling at this point. We've also seen a move up in the VIX, the volatility index. So really kind of a sentiment about nervousness in the market. We're seeing that up just about 3 points, 1850 on the VIX, closed at about 15 and change yesterday. And if we dig into, there are different sectors at play. We've talked about names that are actually outperforming, concerns about could we possibly see another coronavirus. It's early on, we're just tracking it, but we did see some of that put some pressure on the equity trade. And then as a result, we saw some of the vaccine makers like a Moderna and Pfizer actually rally in today's session. And I've got to say, Tim, I've got a bunch of, gainers, and I was a little nervous that maybe with the selling that they weren't going to still hold on to their gains, but they're all up still very strongly.
Hey, we got 6 minutes, Carol, so.
Well, my point is, investors are looking at individual stories and looking at maybe a fundamental story at a different company, if you will, if it's earnings or some other fundamental play. And, they're still holding onto their gains. So it's not like everybody's just heading for the exit door.
Yeah, the weaker than expected economic data, I think, really raising concern about things. Consumer sentiment to housing to services. We got some readings today that unsettled investors at a time when the Fed is in no rush to cut.
Yeah, exactly. If the Fed has said, hey, folks, we're still worried about inflation. We just heard that from our last guest where we talked about the markets, that inflation being more of a concern than a weak economy. Again, these are just a couple of, economic data points. I do think it's interesting, though, that I feel like feels like a little bit of momentum of companies letting some workers away. I do wonder about
letting some workers go.
Letting workers go, excuse me. And then even just watching what the impact could be out of those folks who work for the federal government that are being let go, and how I think that is starting to slowly work its way into kind of the DC payrolls.
I got to talk to Mike McKee about this. I've had this question. We haven't had him on about what the DOGE cuts are going to do to the jobs report.
Right, exactly. Longer term. We know some of them are who accept packages, and maybe they don't necessarily go to the unemployment rolls till later this year. But that's not the case for everyone. I don't know. It's something that we are certainly keeping on our radar. But this is the mix of the environment we are, the crux, right? Of whether or not economic data shows that growth continues. We've heard about American exceptionalism, that the U.S. market is doing better than others. We're just getting through the earnings season. The retailers will be really important as we get more of their earnings reports over the next couple of weeks.
With interesting movers in today's session, on the upside in the S&P 500 on a points basis, the biggest moves higher come from companies like Procter & Gamble, Johnson & Johnson, PepsiCo, and Coca-Cola, Merck as well. On the downside, it's the big tech names. It's the Mag 7 that's really seeing a sell-off. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla, Broadcom, all to the downside.
Yeah, if you look at the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, now there are two. There was only one. Consumer staples are top that list. So when you mentioned some of those consumer staples names, that group is actually up almost 1%. Utilities just a tad higher, fractionally, on a percentage basis. But everything else, and information technology, your worst performer, those names, actually, forgive me, consumer discretionary, your worst performer. And that, as a whole, that group is down 2.8%. So really seeing some steep selling there.
NVIDIA down 4%. We get earnings from NVIDIA next week, Carol Masser. Did you put it on your calendar?
It's on I've been thinking about it right at the end of February. This is a big one.
It's a big one. It's all every 3 months rather. It's a big one.
Yeah, so we'll see what they have to say, especially when it comes to demand. Can they meet the demand? Do they have still strong demand in terms of their chips to build the AI build out? So we'll see what they have to say.
What will Jensen say?
What will Jensen say? Will he be wearing a leather jacket?
Yes, I think he will be. If he's not, what does that mean?
We should also point out our Mark Gurman is in town because there's an Amazon event, so we'll look for some news potentially out of that.
I thought he was just here to hang out with us.
Well, that too.
Okay.
Let's just go. Let's just go. It's not Amazon. It's just to see. Okay. All right, do not go anywhere. You're going to see us, plus a couple of our TV colleagues. We're going to count you down to the closing bell, starting right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bosticure with Scarlet Food, taking you through that closing bell. A global simulcast starts right now. Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic join us from their radio booth as we welcome our audiences across all of our platforms, including those of you watching on YouTube. And we are watching right now, Carol, a pretty interesting sell-off here, down about 1.7% on the S&P 500, but I think it's the complexion of this sell-off that's causing a lot of agitation.
I love how you say that. There's some weak economic news, right? We continue to watch news out of D.C. There's concerns about, reports of a possible new coronavirus. And so you kind of add it all up. There's really definitely a risk-off trade in today's session.
Yeah, you really saw it time-stamped, 9:45, 10 o'clock when we got some of that economic data, consumer sentiment, housing services coming in weaker than expected, unsettling investors. And then a little afternoon, Scarlett, when people started really paying attention to this report from the South China Morning Post that actually came out yesterday about a possible new strain of coronavirus.
Let's not forget also there's $2.7 trillion of options tied to stocks and ETFs expiring today, which may be exacerbating some of the price action as well as we bump along the bottom here heading into the close.
Heading into the close, and of course, heading into another important week next week, particularly when it comes to earnings. We have NVIDIA on tap, which is obviously the granddaddy in terms of leading this market rally. And I guess the question is, given it's down this week by 3 or 4%, can that sort of save this rally?
Yeah, it is a big question, right? Whether or not, they see any kind of weakness, that is certainly going to disturb investors, no doubt about it. Right?
A lot to talk about here today as we get the closing bells in New York with the Dow and S&P, NASDAQ. Well, let's just call it all the major indices in the red on the day, and it appears on the week. The Dow down more than 700 points, or about 1.7%. The S&P 500 lower by about 100 points, or 1.7%, and it does look like it is going to close below that 50-day moving average. Similar story for the NASDAQ 100. The NASDAQ composite down more than 400 points, or 2.2%. Let's take a minute, though, to take a look at the Russell 2000. The Russell 2000 lower on the day by almost 3% here on the day, and it is now officially closed below its 200-day moving average, the first time that has happened since late 2023.
All right, that's pretty significant, no doubt about it. I want to just draw your attention to one group, and that's the trucking names. They're down almost 5%. You did have JP Morgan analysts highlighting potential risks coming from Amazon's freight plans to build up its own internal LTL, less than truckload capacity. So there's one sector, Scarlett, that we definitely saw under pressure today.
Absolutely, but you look at the IMAP and it's clear that the pressure is pretty evenly distributed. There is one green spot, that is consumer staples. Those are your classic defensive names. Utilities also little change on the day, but all in all, lots of red. In fact, with 7 out of the 11 groups in the S&P 500 down at least 1%.
All right, guys, I'm going to get to some of the gainers.
Big gainer,
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I have
Times
to
get
say,
tough, eat more chocolate, right?
I was so nervous that all my gainers were not going to hold, but they did. Aren't we happy?
And you did 4.
I did 4.
It's so risky.
I know it was. I had to, because I feel like there's like a lot of fundamental stories at play. Alibaba up about 6% here. This one up something like 14% this week, up almost 50% this month, up almost 70% year to date. It has just been on a tear.
You've been waiting years for this, Carol.
I have been watching this over the last couple of weeks. There's a lot going on. The DeepSeek-driven AI rally has just caused all Chinese names to go higher. But you also did this one reporting higher sales and saying it will boost spending on AI over the next 3 years. So it is still down a lot from its peak back in 2020, but it has been on a tear, including in today's session. We mentioned the reports of another possible coronavirus out of China. We got to watch this one, but there's still, if there's something, it's very early on. But again, it's just a developing story. Moderna up 5%, though, as a result. So we did see also Pfizer higher in today's session.
Why are you scaring people? So the story. But can we just make it clear? I mean, this is something they found in a lab.
Correct.
In bats.
Correct.
It's contained to the lab.
And it happens a lot.
And it's contained to the bats. And,
Right.
and at least for right now, it hasn't transition to humans.
We talked to Madison Muller, and she said these coronaviruses happen a lot.
Yes.
But, we definitely did see the market move. I'm not trying to freak anybody out.
It's the weekend.
Investors, maybe we should be more worried about bird flu than another coronavirus.
Great point, actually.
Hey, maybe we should all just have a Celsius
I don't
drink.
eat birds anymore.
All right. Let's get to Celsius.
Actually, I had chicken from
Soaring 28% in today's session. Company said it would buy rival Alani Nutrition for $1.8 billion in cash and stock. Including $150 million in tax assets. Anyway, investors moving into that one. And I got to mention Nissan. The ADR is up more than 5%, even though its credit was cut to junk by Moody's over its aging lineup.
What?
Yeah, FT coming out saying that high-level Japanese group is planning to seek an investment from Tesla in Nissan. But
Tesla.
See, all right, I'm not freaking anybody out about coronavirus.
Do you know how many decliners I had to choose from, Carol? And I only
It was an embarrassment of riches.
I only picked 3.
You had so many.
I wanted 4. I wanted 5.
It was harder
I followed
for me
directions, though.
to have
You know?
gains. Yeah, I've
Okay.
never been known to follow directions.
That's fine. That's why we love you. I want to start with shares of United Health Group. Actually, by far the worst performer in the Dow. Yeah, you heard me say it. Down 7% today. This after the Wall Street Journal reported that the Justice Department has been investigating United Health Group Medicare billing practices. The Journal did report the civil fraud investigation into whether the insurance giant's practices related to patient diagnoses force higher payments from the government's Medicare Advantage program. Hims & Hers Health falling today by 26%. It's the most ever for a daily decline. The FDA said that the shortage of Novo Nordisk's Ozempic and Wegovy has been declared over. Remember, Hims and other telehealth companies, they sell these compounded versions of the weight loss drug Wegovy. They do it at a discount. They're able to do that through this sort of loophole when these drugs are in shortage, but demand is high. U.S. regulations allow pharmacies to make copycat versions of these drugs in shortage. They have been given a period of time where they're still allowed to do this because they're not being cut off right away. Certainly, this did catch investors off guard. Interestingly enough, though, shares were actually higher pre-market after the company announced the acquisition of a peptide manufacturing facility. And finally, Rivian shares down 4.7% today. The company warned it's poised for a first-ever decline in EV deliveries in 2025. It's a new challenge for the company after they achieved a long-held goal of profitability.
Let's take a quick look at yields. That was a big part of the story this week. It looked like it was going to be somewhat of a middling week, but we saw a big drop today here, definitely on the back of that economic data, down roughly 7 to 8 basis points across the board, at least for your 10-year yield now. This is the 6th straight week that we've seen yields move lower. For the 2-year, I believe we're now in week 2 of that, but of course, a much different direction than what the market had been betting on, which had been all in on those steepener trades. Those trades really blown up this week. It'll be interesting to see some of the CFTC data coming down the pike this afternoon and whether how married the market is to that trade.
All right, so speaking of the market, you know, it is kind of an interesting day. We definitely saw a risk-off trade, and you saw the VIX move up, so volatility is certainly creeping its way in. But, you know, having said that, you know, I did find a bunch of gainers. I feel like not everything was down across the board. And so I think next week will be interesting to see, you know, economic news as well as NVIDIA and the retail earnings news, too, to see what it says about the U.S. consumer.
Are the dip buyers going to come in? I mean, how durable is this rally? How reliant are these dip buyers? Because it does seem like throughout this rally over the last couple of years, every time there has been some sort of little correction, I don't want to use the term correction, but some sort of little sell-off, the dip buyers have come in. When does that stop?
Maybe we need to wait for NVIDIA to report the results, although it doesn't feel like people are really talking about it as a catalyst the way that they have been in the past.
Well, I think the people are kind of scared. I mean, given how far the stock has run here and given DeepSeek and everything else, the big question is that trajectory in place? But remember, it's not just whether the health of NVIDIA sort of keeps and propels this rally, but when you talk about names like Home Depot, names like Lowe's that are supposed to report here, you're going to get a much better read on consumer spending in light of some of the data that we got today. And then you get a lot of other companies, you know, your TJX's and American Auto Parts.
Wait, do you actually agree with what I said about the importance of the retail earnings next week?
I do.
Wow.
I agree with you a lot of times. I normally don't say it out loud. I know it goes straight to your head. But I mean, in all seriousness, it's like we've been asking this of every guest on this show today here about really their take on the U.S. economy, not just whether it's healthy, but is it healthy enough to really keep the rally going?
No, and I think it comes down to that, right? Even if we continue to see the Fed, you know, on hold, inflation still kind of sticky. As long as there's economic growth, right? Companies are going to continue to hold on to workers. Workers are going to continue to, you know, go shopping and buy things. So you have to think about that follow through.
What about the federal government and layoffs at the federal government level? What about the cuts that DOGE is making? To what extent does that affect the economy? Does that affect consumer spending? Does it affect the market in the Washington, D.C. area?
Well, did you see those comments that Scott Cohen made over at the Miami conference today, basically saying that he's expecting a downturn in the economy in the second half precisely because of Washington policy? And that's a big issue, Scarlett. I mean, we talk about this idea next week where we are going to have that budget vote in the House. There's going to be a big fight over that and a lot of questions to what Tim just raised there, Scarlett.
Yeah. Well, for now, bad economic news is bad news for the stock market. I guess if we get to the point where it's just a flood of bad economic news, at some point it's going to flip and people are going to say, well, the Fed's going to come in and ride to the rescue.
All right, this just means I'm going to have pizza tonight and a nice bottle of wine and go watch a movie. I'm just going to tell you that.
When is the wine segment today?
No wines. Can you believe that?
If any day we needed one, it would be today.
We all need a wine
Your
segment.
producers and bookers are slipping.
Emergency wine segment, please.
The news flow is keeping us busy. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Have a good and safe weekend. All right, meanwhile.
They're the best. They're the best.
They are. That's our cross-platform. Radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. Do have a good weekend, everyone. Our team, TV's team, we'll all see you again, same time, same place on Monday.
This is Bloomberg Business Week, insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. As Carol mentioned, and as we've been talking about, stocks taking a real turn lower on the day today. The S&P 500 down 1.7%. It does still put us in positive territory for year to date. So far this year, up 2.2% on the S&P 500. Taking a look at this week, though, we are down 2% on the NASDAQ. The S&P 500 down 1.7%.
All right, well, our Bloomberg Intelligence team out with a note this week about AI in the asset management business. Kevin Ryan and Lento Tang writing that generative AI is a, quote, game-changing technology. They go on to say rapid progress over the past year means generative AI looks like a must-have tool for all asset managers. Generative AI, yeah, exactly, can now be embedded in all an asset manager's workflows, enabling most internal processes to be automated. It can also be more widely personalized for use in investment selection. So it sounds like a huge help.
Do we even need people?
Well, we always need people.
We always. I don't know
I'm
about
hold
that.
on to
I wouldn't. Hey, you better be careful what you say. Curious what Anna Coy thinks
Fingers
about this.
crossed.
She's partner and national financial services leader at the accounting firm Whitfly. She joins us from Chicago. We're asking you because Whitfly is just out with a survey of asset managers where I know AI and the new technology came up. We're going to go there, but first, we saw quite a sell-off today. I know you talked to a lot of clients. Given the volatility that we've seen of late, the concern around the economic outlook, what are you hearing from your clients right now?
Yeah, interestingly enough, part of our survey, we did ask the industry what they felt the outlook was for 2025. About 90% of them are projecting that they're going to still grow in 2025, with the majority of them saying 5% or higher. So I think we're seeing a sell-off today, but many believe that we're going to see a turnaround for the remainder of the year.
So not nervous? So like if you had to say, more nervous but confident, or is that how you see them, or they're just confident?
I would say nerves but confident. Yes, Carol, that's a good way to say it.
All right, love that, love that. Having said that, what is top of mind for them? We did a nice, kind of lead up to you in terms of AI. What is top of mind for asset managers, though? Is it the environment? Is it having the tools that they need? Is it trying to figure out how to use AI? What is top of mind for them?
Yeah, I think many of them right now are trying to figure out and ideate around what technology is going to play for them in the future, whether it is AI, a lot of data and analytics, looking to streamline the efficiencies, as well as continuing to advise and focus more on those client relationships.
So where does this show up in sort of the chain of the services that they offer? Does it show up on the side of, okay, well, we've got AI to help automate and, increase our margins, so we're going to make more money? Or do they become better at managing our assets? Do we make more money having put money with them?
I think you're going to see it in both spots, Tim. I think you're going to see them using it to automate and how they're engaging with their clients, as well as around some of the regulatory compliance. But then you're also going to see it in how they're doing investment strategies, and which then does lead into the consumer making more money as well.
Anna, is it a situation where the folks that have a lot of money to put to work, they're still going to get, person-to-person kind of care, and then those who maybe don't have as much money,
like how much do you need to get a phone call, Carol?
Right,
That's what I want to know.
Exactly, or like I have a concern about my portfolio versus
how much do you have to for them to pick up the phone?
Can you answer that?
I don't think they've determined that yet, but I do think that it's going to be a hybrid of both, right? folks aren't going to only want to have the AI doing their investing. They're still going to want to have that relationship. But I think you're going to see AI continuing to help them to do it in a more personalized way, as well as more efficient.
Do you feel comfortable? Would you feel comfortable?
What? Feel comfortable with what?
Essentially, like with a chatbot, like kind of playing around with your investments or something?
You know, it's a very good question because I think the rise of the robo-advisor predates the fact that people are, you know, thinking about using AI in these workflows.
Yeah.
Robo-advisors just set it and forget it. The asset allocation is there based on, you know, years of modern portfolio
models,
theory.
right? Yeah,
you think
modeling.
of like a Wealthfront or a Betterment. Schwab has the intelligent portfolio. So, yeah, I think
Just
I would be
another,
comfortable. Yeah,
like, version or, like,
yeah, but you're not
leg
going to get. I mean, look, jump on in here, Anna. You're not going to get the same service that the asset managers you speak to are you know, that you're going to get with like one of these automated investment
Yeah,
portfolios.
you're
not going to
still
get
going to
tax
want to
planning.
have your advisor talking to you about what your strategies are, where you're at in your family life cycle, all of those future endeavors, right? But we all know, and study has shown, sometimes emotions being part of our investment decisions, you know, don't always make money for us. Many times they lose money for us. So taking that out and having it be more automated can be a good strategy.
How are they accessing AI?
That's exactly what I was going to ask.
You know, you and I, it's a mind meld.
Well, so maybe we won't be replaced
Maybe we
by
are just
AI.
an AI robot. No, but because you know, Tim and I are increasingly having these conversations with our own in-house tech folks who follow AI, and it's just there's different models. We keep hearing about maybe commoditization of AI, so just trying to figure out where they're going for it.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some struggles around the data and the quality around being able to implement some of the architecture that's going to be needed, data privacy and security concerns. You know, what are we going to see around regulatory scrutiny?
No, but I mean, is it like OpenAI? Is it ChatGPT? Is it Gemini? Like, where are they?
You're going to see.
Yeah,
you're going to see some agentic AI, yes, but I think you're also going to see on the front side, but you're also going to see AI being used on the back as well.
What does that mean? Wait, what do you mean then? So they're layering obviously like software and stuff on all of this. So, I mean, is there a model that seems to dominate at this point, or an LLM that seems to dominate, at least for the asset management world?
Not currently, but there's many of them that are being exploratory, and ideated, and I think we'll see maybe one coming out as the leader, but nothing currently.
Okay, that's interesting to hear. Hey, something that I've been watching closely in this world is thinking about the rise of ETFs and the way active versus passive is really dominated the conversation over the last few years. Are asset managers, in your view, still bringing value to their clients when portfolios that have really just hugged the benchmarks of the S&P have performed so well over the past decade?
I mean, are you asking if the ETFs are going to continue to outperform?
No, I'm asking if people are still seeing value in asset managers, given that passive investing has done so well.
Kind of the active versus passive argument that we've talked about.
Yeah, well, I think you don't have 100% of your population that's, you know, willing to go the passive route, right? And many want that advisor to be there to really have that relationship, understand where they're at in their family, in their life cycle, and help guide them into some of those decisions. That's where I think the difference is going to be when we talk, you know, robo-advising versus continuing to have the hybrid. It's a trust factor.
Yeah.
And you guys mentioned it earlier, right?
Yeah.
Would you trust only having AI do it 100%? I mean, that's where you're going to continue to see the advisor play a significant role going forward.
Yeah.
I asked a doctor friend of mine if AI is going to take his job,
and
he replied, "Would you be comfortable getting on an airplane that is only flown on autopilot?"
Sometimes yes.
And I said, well, you're not a radiologist, but I do think radiology is a field in medicine that is ripe for disruption for AI. But he does surgery, so
yeah. But you could have a robot, like robotic surgery, right? Like you think about, I don't know. Hey, listen, Anna, thanks so much. It's a little bit of a wacky Friday, and we appreciate you joining us on such
Anna's
a
like,
day.
what are you talking about? It's fine, Anna.
Anna Corey, she's partner and national financial services leader at Whipfly, joining us from Chicago. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. A down Friday, a losing week as well, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, Russell 2000 index of small cap shares all tumbling today. Stocks got hit hard after weaker than expected economic data raised concern about the outlook for corporate America. The S&P down 104 points, down 1.7%. Dow Industrials down 748, drop there of 1.7%. NASDAQ was down 2.2%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares lower today by 2.9%. The 10-year this Friday, 4.42%. The 2-year, 4.19%. Spot gold down $3 the ounce, $29.35, down 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude lower by 3.1%, $70.23 for a barrel of WTI oil, by the way, falling to the lowest closing price this year. Rivian Automotive shares lower today, down 4.7% after warning it is poised for a first-ever decline in EV deliveries this year. And Booking Holdings, the parent to travel brands such as Kayak and Priceline, did deliver better than expected fourth quarter results, but the stock closed lower, down 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, as soon as I started reading this Substack post earlier this week from Kyla Scanlon, I knew we had to get her on Bloomberg Business Week to talk about it. You all know Kyla. She's a former associate at Capital Group. She's now a TikTok star. She's a financial educator and commentator. She's a blogger. She contributes to Bloomberg Opinion. She's the author of the fantastic book, In This Economy, How Money and Markets Really Work. We spoke to her last spring when that book came out.
And I have to say, Tim's been talking about having her on and about a post that got his attention. It was entitled Gen Z and the End of Predictable Progress, How AI Volatility and Changing Institutions Are Shaping Young People's Economic Reality. You're going to want to sit down and listen, because I think many would agree that this is a lot of what's going on in society today.
Kyla, welcome back. You spent a lot of time on the road over the last 8 months, traveling around the U.S. You talked with economists. You spoke at universities. The essay, really a reflection on that. Are the kids all right?
Yeah, the kids are all right. I think they're concerned. So I traveled to over 20 states over the past 8 months, talking about my book. And when I have the opportunity to talk about my book, I also have the opportunity to talk to students, to talk to people in the audience. Just wherever I'm going, I have an opportunity to talk to people about how they're experiencing the economy. And there's a lot of uncertainty. People are really worried that the concept of a career is going to go away entirely because of AI. And then that's all being compounded by political uncertainty right now. And so I think there's just a lot of fear in the economy at the moment.
Kyla, you talk to an old person, they're going to say, yeah, we've heard this before, go during, the Vietnam War, or grandparents go back to World War II. Like that was a time of, there was times of uncertainty. Nobody even knew if we were going to survive it through. So what do you say to that, and what is potentially different this time around?
Yeah, of course. Every generation has had to deal with their own uncertainty. And the fact that younger people are dealing with uncertainty too doesn't negate the uncertainty that came before the very particular experience that they're having. I think right now we have a very quick moving technological revolution that's happening with AI. Nobody really knows how that's going to impact the workforce. There's been talks of changing social constructs. Jobs have been, replaced. There's questions of if jobs will just be augmented. There's just a lot of uncertainty right there. And then I think with the new administration, there's just a lot of switch ups. And so I think you have that political uncertainty happening at the same time that you have potential economic destabilization because of AI and what it could do. Hopefully it does just good things, but nobody knows, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think there's always been uncertainty, but right now it's very, very present for a lot of people.
You argue that there are three different groups within Gen Z. Certainly no generation is a monolith, but who are the three different groups, and how have their experiences varied?
Yeah, of course. I think generational grouping, everybody knows it's fraught with error, but I think that the very particular experience of Gen Z, so I'm an old Gen Z, there's the bridge generation, which is the Gen Z 1.0 that I'm a part of. So I remember a world where there wasn't smartphones. Like I remember a world where everything wasn't online all of the time, and I graduated into the workforce during the pandemic. People who are part of Gen Z 1.5, they're the COVID cohort. They were in high school, they were in college during the pandemic. That totally shaped how they interact with technology. It totally shapes how they interact with the economy. And then there's Gen Z 2.0, which are the digital natives. And what I wrote in the article, which I think might be a little bit true, where digital reality is just another layer of reality. There's no actual separation. Everything is completely intertwined for this younger generation. And of course, these are all very broad generalizations. It doesn't apply to every single person, but I think that's the thematic that we're seeing across these three cohorts.
Kyla, like you can't let the genie out. Once the genie's out of the box, it's out of the box. But having said that, if social media wasn't so pervasive in our world, would we be maybe having a different conversation about the younger generation?
I think so. There's been a lot of really good research from a lot of really, really smart people on how social media is impacting young people. I think that there definitely is a lot of issues with comparison, a lot of issues with kind of creating an idea that maybe the traditional path isn't the best way to go because you could just do a meme coin. And there's all of these really influential TikTokers who portray this lifestyle that I think people look at on social media, start comparing themselves. So I think social media has definitely complicated the reality that we live in. And of course, it's provided massive benefits as well, but it's definitely made things more complex.
What's the way to figure out a way to survive in this economy, though, or not just survive, to thrive in this economy? Because it is one of creative destruction. I mean, you write about, or technological creative destruction, you write about this idea that, okay, on the one hand, you have this shortage of folks in the trades, and there's a real push to get, this idea of a tool belt generation. On the other end of this, you see people who are making an entire year's salary with one social media post. Like, what's the way to actually live and thrive in this economy?
Yeah, a lot of people are living and thriving in the economy. There's definitely a middle path. Like when in the article, I make it so clear that I'm generalizing, that I'm not being very nuanced just for the sake of making a point. I think there's a lot of younger people who are looking at AI as a tool. And so what they're doing is being really adaptable. They're saying, okay, I'm going to learn how this tool works. I'm going to figure out if it can help my work. And I'm just going to keep up with all of the trends that are happening. So hopefully I can stay on top of anything that might be disruptive to the career path that I want to go down. And so I think that's the big thing that I've learned from a lot of people over the past couple of months is everybody's just trying to be adaptable. They're trying to pick up new skills and new tools all of the time because, in the age of uncertainty, that's just what you have to do. You have to be a learner, not a learned.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I think about in the political environment we are, which is so divisive. And I think some would argue that, so many of the lawmakers down in Washington are a lot older. And you do wonder whether, they are on top of what needs to be in terms of policy to meet what's needed for the younger generation. And I'm just curious how you kind of roll that into it.
Yeah, there's a lot of good research on that as well. I mean, I think the main thing that a lot of younger people are facing right now is a housing crisis, which I feel like lawmakers maybe aren't able to internalize. There was a chart today from out of Apollo that was talking that the median age of buying a home, I believe, is 56 years old in 2024. In 1981, the median age of home buyers was 31 years old.
Wow.
And so I think that's just like a big thing that policymakers, for whatever reason, haven't been able to act on. And I think that would be a really quick way to solving some of the economic issues that some people are facing in terms of mobility, in terms of building wealth. And so I do think maybe age could get in the way of understanding that issue.
Your essay also touches on politics a little bit. And given the number crunching that we've seen since the election, a lot of hay has been made about this move rightward among young people, a more conservative move among young people. Is that what you found anecdotally?
I think a lot of people from the states that I visited did vote for Trump, who maybe wouldn't have voted for him before. There's been a lot of good research on this as well. John Byrne Murdoch, Derek Thompson from The Atlantic just recently wrote about this. But what I found anecdotally, and the data actually supports this, VoteCast data, is that most people were just concerned about the economy. They were looking for some sort of solution. They want prices to go down. And so I think that's what a lot of young people put their hopes in with Donald Trump. Whether or not that will happen, who knows? But that's what I noticed. It wasn't a sense of malice. It was just like, we really want prices to be lower.
So it's not that they're necessarily now conservatives. It's just a case of looking at how far their money goes.
Right, exactly. Like a lot of these younger voters, if you look at the AP vote cast data, they were more so concerned about the economy than concerned about immigration. They were more so concerned about healthcare, student debt, rather than anything else. And so it's kind of these big bucket items that I think they wanted fast and different solutions on. And so they voted a different way because of that.
You have a section of the essay that is called Our Fiscal Reality. What is the fiscal reality that we face right now, that these young people face?
I think a lot of, it's what everybody's facing, right? I think it's a little hard to escape in terms of the news cycle and just sort of the dismantling that we're seeing happening at the governmental level with things like DOGE, where there's mass firings and, subsequent rehirings in some cases. There's all sorts of lawsuits happening. There's tariffs happening. We got consumer sentiment data today showing that people are quite concerned about tariffs and the inflationary impact that those could have. And then, of course, there's the geopolitics, where it's now quite confusing to figure out how the United States is positioning itself in terms of the geopolitical stage. And so I think there's, as always, there's more questions than answers for young people and pretty much everybody as we're watching what's unfolding.
What's fascinating, too, in listening to you and your post is that, we're talking about a younger generation, younger folks that are across the United States that you've been talking to, and yet we have an aging population, right, where more and more folks are older, which is problematic, right? We talk about it here in terms of a really healthy, thriving economy, whether we talk about then Japan, what had happened there, and, we're just watching it happen around the developed world, but you tap into that a little bit as well.
Yeah, no, the demographic crisis is definitely one of the biggest issues that the United States is facing. I have a different newsletter on that specific topic, particularly around the idea of the demographic crisis in dating apps and, fertility rates and replacement rates and how we really need to figure that out. But in terms of the aging population, a large part of government spending, as you all know, is Social Security and Medicare. And I have a chart in the newsletter. Social Security is 29% of spending growth from 2024 to 2034. Medicare is 25%. And then interest is another 23%. So the government paying interest on that debt load. And so I think when you look at things like that, people have to pay into Social Security. And if you have an aging population and you don't have enough young people paying into that program, you have all sorts of problems coming around. And so I think that's the biggest concern that a lot of people have been pointing out is, the scale is tipping in a way that it might not be sustainable to have these programs in the future.
Do you think we will, and this is a little out of the lane of your most recent post, and you said you're working on a post about this, but do you think we're going to face a demographic crisis in the U.S. because there is so much concern about the cost of raising kids right now?
Yeah, if you think about the sandwich generation, right? So the Gen Xers, a lot of them and older millennials, they're dealing with elder care, which is extraordinarily expensive, and they're dealing with childcare, which is also extraordinarily expensive. And so you have this group of people that's being squeezed on both ends, and other people are, watching that happen, and childcare has just gone through the roof in terms of cost. And I think it's pretty unaffordable for most people. And so I think if that continues, it could absolutely deter people from having children and absolutely exacerbate the demographic crisis. And then if you think about, the policies around immigration, that's going to exacerbate our demographic crisis as well, because we won't have those new inflows of younger people. And so there's kind of that dual force happening that could put more pressure on our demographic situation for sure.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Kyla, thank you so much. Kyla Scanlon, contributor of Bloomberg Opinion. Her book, of course, In This Economy, How Money and Markets Really Work. Really appreciate all this time that you gave us on this Friday.
Yeah, check out her Substack as well. We go now to the White House, where President Trump is taking questions in the Oval Office following the swearing in for the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. This is tape playback from moments ago.
Over the years, it's been just a tremendous loser for this country. Tremendous amounts of money are being lost, and we think we can do something that'll be very good and keep it a very similar way. But whether it's a merger or just using some of the very talented people that we have elsewhere, so it doesn't lose so much. It's losing a tremendous amount of money.
Mr. President, some members of Congress in red districts are facing pushback from voters in town halls. We know that Americans voted for you on the immigration and the economy, but these voters say they're angry and frustrated by these firings. They don't like the work of Elon Musk and these other actions. What do you say to them?
Who do you work for?
I work for ABC News, sir.
Who?
ABC News.
No wonder. let me just tell you that I have today the highest poll numbers I've ever had. I have today the highest poll numbers of any Republican president ever. We haven't even checked the Democrats, but that's what I was just told. And they like the job that we're doing. They like the job that Elon's doing. He's doing something that a lot of people wouldn't have the courage to do. We want to streamline our country. We want to streamline, because you know why? Because we want our country to survive and thrive. And we're finding billions and billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse. Billions, and I mean numbers like you wouldn't believe. And we haven't even started yet. So it's actually just the opposite. We've polled it, and people are thrilled. They can't even believe it's happening. And it won't affect many people. It'll only affect the people that get caught stealing. The waste, fraud, and abuse is at a level like nobody's ever seen. It's been going on for years. And all you have to do is look at the Social Security rolls, look at some of the things, look at where the money is going. The Attorney General's looking into something, environmental protection, $20 billion. And it's out and out fraud. So I think the people are very happy. Yes, please.
Mr. President, I want to ask you about this week, the Secretary spent 4 hours with the European Union trade representative. The European Union has signaled that they would lower tariffs and do a trade deal with the United States.
Yeah, the European Union wants to come back. They've treated us very badly, and the European Union wants to lower their tariffs because of the fact we were paying a fortune of tariffs. We couldn't sell a car there. We couldn't sell our farm products there. They wouldn't take anything. Now all of a sudden they're being very nice, and that's going to happen with a lot of others too. The European Union is wanting to lower its barriers at very low levels. They want to now bring their car number, which was extremely high, down to 2.5%, which is the same thing that we charge. That's reciprocal. See, that's what is happening, reciprocal. And I think it's a big start in the right direction with the European Union.
You called President Zelensky of Ukraine a dictator. Do you think that President Putin of Russia is also a dictator?
I think that President Putin and President Zelensky are going to have to get together, because you know what? We want to stop killing millions of people. You have young soldiers being killed. If you saw the pictures that I saw of the battlefield from satellite, you've never seen any pictures like that. Soldiers are being killed by the thousands a week, thousands of soldiers a week. As we speak, they're being killed. That's why I want to see a ceasefire, and I want to get the deal done. I think we have a chance to get the deal done. I had to make sure that Russia wanted to do it. It's a war that would have never happened if I was president, but it did happen. So I got stuck with it, and I want to stop people from being killed. You know, it doesn't affect the United States very much. It's on the other side of the ocean. It does affect Europe, and we've put in 3 times more money. We're in for $300 billion. They're in for $100 billion. And, you know, Europe is also doing it in the form of a loan. Biden just gave them money. There was no loan. There was no security. There was no anything. So we're going to either sign a deal, or there's going to be a lot of problems with them. So we're going to sign a deal to get security, because we have to do that. We're spending our treasure. They're spending their blood. They are. And they're very brave in, you know, in every way you can imagine. But we are spending our treasure on a country that's very, very far away. And it's okay, but we have to be treated the same as Europe is being treated. Europe gets their money back. Europe is basically giving nothing, because they get it back in the form of a loan, and it's a guaranteed loan. We don't get our money back, and we're losing. I mean, we don't want to do that anymore. So we're signing an agreement, hopefully in the next fairly short period of time, that will assure us that we'll get $400 or $500 billion back. We're in there for $300 billion. Now, one other thing, Europe is at 100. We're at 300. We think it has to equalize. In other words, they have to come up with more money, because it has a big effect in Europe. It doesn't have much of an effect on us, because we have a big, beautiful ocean in between. But it does affect. And Biden should have never gotten us into this mess. We had an incompetent president who got us into a mess, but we're going to get you out of it. The same thing in the Middle East. We're going to have some good news in the Middle East. What happened yesterday, the sight of those babies was not acceptable to anybody. Nobody's seen anything like it.
Mr. President, are you going to Moscow? There's a report out of France that you're going to Moscow on May 9th.
No, I'm
to
not.
join President Putin.
I'm not.
And then if I could, sir, just ask you about Kash Patel, who's going to be sworn in soon as your FBI director. Talk to us about your reaction to him getting sworn in and the fact that many agents across the country are concerned that they will be fired en masse for simply just doing their jobs.
No, I think the agents are very happy about Kash. In fact, the agents led the charge for Kash. One of the reasons I loved Kash and wanted to put him in is because of the respect the agents had for him. I think he'll go down as the best ever at that position. And it turned out he was very easy to get approved. You know, I was not sure. He's a tough guy, strong guy. He has his opinions, and I wasn't sure. He turned out to be he went very smoothly. I don't know if he's in the room now. He's going to be in the room very shortly. Where is he? Oh, good. I'm saying the right thing. I can't speak too badly about him. I better be careful. I will say this about Kash, and Howard understands this. One of the reasons that I wanted him is because the agents love this guy and they respect this guy, and this is what they wanted. And even somebody like Trey Gowdy, who's a very good guy, but known as somewhat of a moderate person, he came out with a statement that was so incredible. He said, Kash is an incredible person. People don't realize it. When he said that, there was no doubt left. It was really a big statement made by somebody that's respected and on the moderate side. And I will tell you, I think Kash is going to go down as maybe the best ever when it's all said and done. So I'm glad he's willing to do it. Thank you, Kash.
Cook, a little bit more. You talked about. Can you speak a little bit more about your meeting with Tim Cook? You said that he was going to invest hundreds of billions of dollars. Is there specific projects that he spoke to you about? And like, what were those?
All over the country. He's going to start building. He doesn't want to pay tariffs, and he's going to start building. But very big numbers. You have to speak to him. I assume they're going to announce it at some point. But very big numbers. He was here yesterday. I met with him at length, and Apple is coming here with tremendous dollars. They're going to be spending a lot of money in the United States, more than they've ever spent by a factor of probably 10.
Did you were reporting that you were signing a memo later to counter digital service taxes?
Well, will you speak? I mean, what are you doing? Reading it?
Yeah,
Can't you just say it without having to read it?
My question?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Bloomberg, we're reporting that you're expected to sign tariffs or a memo later on tariffs on digital taxes. Is there any idea how high you might go with
We are going to be doing that. Digital, what they're doing to us in other countries is terrible with digital. So we'll be announcing that. Are we signing it maybe today?
Today.
And we'll talk about that in a little while.
Couple of minutes.
Are you going to put the secretary in charge of the Postal Service?
He's going to look at it. He's got a great business instinct, which is what we need. And he'll be looking at it, and we think we can turn it around. But it is the Postal Service. I mean, we're leaving the Postal Service, but we're losing so much money with the Postal Service, and we don't want to lose that kind of money. So the Secretary and some others that have talent, that kind of talent, we'll be looking at.
So how close are you to a minerals agreement with Ukraine, Mr. President?
What?
How close are you to striking a minerals deal?
I think we're pretty close, yeah. I think they want it, and they feel good about it, and it's a big deal. But they want it, and it keeps us in that country, and they're very happy about it. But we get our money back. This should have been signed long before we went in. This should have been signed by Biden, but Biden didn't know too much about what he was doing. The war should have never happened, number one. When it did happen, it could have been settled the first week or 2 weeks. After that, it got bad. It got really bad. But it should have never happened, and it should have been settled, and it could have been settled very easily at the beginning. Now it's tougher, but we'll get it settled.
Germany has elections on Sunday. What are your thoughts? What do you expect to happen in the elections on Sunday?
Who has elections?
Germany.
Oh, Germany. I wish them luck. We got our own problems. Bye, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Press.
All right, everybody, that has been a playback of President Trump from the White House taking questions on a variety of things. I think one of the key things I just want to point out, the president saying that he thinks President Putin and President Zelensky have to get together, perhaps in bringing a war to an ending between Russia and Ukraine.
He's also saying that he thinks we have a chance to get Ukraine-Russia peace. We'll sign a security deal or there will be problems.
All right, lots to do. If you missed any of it, you can be sure to just check out the headlines. You can find that at Bloomberg.com or on the Bloomberg terminal.
Hey, let's get on over to Charlie Pellet. He's got the latest news on how things closed and everything happening after hours. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Indeed, a down day, a down week, perhaps down on the Friday session, putting it mildly today. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all got hit. Weaker than expected economic data, raising concerns about the outlook for corporate America. Right to the numbers here with the S&P down 1.7% today on the week, down 1.6%. That was a loss of 104, ending the week, heading into the weekend at 6,013. The Dow down 1.7%, down 748. NASDAQ down 438, a drop of 2.2%. 10-year at 4.42%, the 2-year 4.19%. Spot gold down $2, little change, $29.36 the ounce. But West Texas intermediate crude now at the low of the year, $70.19 a barrel, down today by 3.1%. Again, recapping, S&P down 1.7%, and for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Med spas, short for medical spas.
Count me in. Count me in.
They offer, let's call them aesthetic enhancements.
Sign me up.
Okay. Some of them specialize in lasers to zap unwanted hair or resurface skin. Others offer injections of all kinds, Botox, lip filler, fat dissolver, butt plumper. See, this is why you got to read this stuff ahead of time and say until.
Okay.
And not just say,
I'm
sign me up.
just going to say I have not done most of those.
Okay. All right.
Including the butt plumper.
Okay. Enough. According to data from the American Med Spa Association. Actually, Amanda Mole wrote it. I just copied it. That's how good it is. The industry expanded more than sixfold from 2010 to 2023, from about 1,600 locations to more than 10,000. Average annual revenue per spa more than doubled during that period, reaching almost $1.4 million per spa. As Amanda Mole writes, the U.S. is in the middle of a med spa boom, and you can see it all over our faces.
I thought he was going to say you could see it all over Carol's face. That's not the case. She is Bloomberg Business Week senior reporter Amanda Mullis, and she does write about this and the boom in med spas for Business Week. Check out her story on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com/businessweek. She joins us from Brooklyn, where apparently it's booming in med spas. Yeah, tell us what's going on.
Yeah, so no matter where our listeners are, if they're in the U.S., they have probably noticed this in their own town or community or neighborhood. Pretty much across the country, almost everywhere, there has been a real uptick in the opening of storefront businesses in malls and shopping centers, in strip malls. There's one in my hometown outside of Atlanta, near the grocery store where I went when I was growing up, and there has been just this real boom in opening these businesses, and they offer just a really wide selection of services, everything from off-brand weight loss shots to Botox to laser hair removal to IVs for if you're hungover.
There's a lot of money in this stuff. Insurance doesn't really cover it. These are cash businesses. What's the training of the folks who are doing the injecting? These are not doctors we're talking about.
In most cases, in med spas, they're not doctors. What the exact training is for your injector is going to vary depending on what state you're in. The licensure required is going to depend on local laws. But in most cases, they are going to be nurse practitioners, physician's assistants, registered nurses, anybody who could give you a vaccine injection at your doctor's office is also allowed to inject other things into you, basically, in most places.
You know what's fascinating too? Yeah, you have kind of your typical dermatology offices, right, where there are doctors who do this stuff.
That's gonna cost you.
It's gonna cost you, and it ain't covered. But having said that, you're right. Like I feel like I walk into all kinds of offices, dental offices, everywhere. They're all offering all these kinds of services. But I do say these particular med spas, right? It's a combination of like a place that you used to go maybe for a spa to get a facial and a massage, but it's kind of juiced up with all these other things.
Right. A lot of these businesses that are specifically med spas are going to offer things like eyelash extensions or massages or traditional services provided by estheticians like facials. So you get this mix of non-medical beauty treatments and these like very medical grade, very serious things that, things are being injected into you, or these very high powered lasers are being, or other types of energy tools are being used on your face or your body. So it really has like expanded what we think of when we think of like, the old school notion of the beauty salon. A lot of these things that people access to change their appearances now are like quite serious medical grade treatments.
Yeah, this is so much better than a blowout, I'm just going to say, in terms of like, or a haircut. Hey, having said that, if the Botox phenomenon, like we know that it's used for medical reasons, but it's also used for a lot of cosmetic reasons. If Botox hadn't come along, might this industry not have taken off?
I think it probably still would have taken off to some extent, but Botox is really the origin point for a lot of what we see today. When it was approved for aesthetic use in 2002, there was a huge amount of publicity around it, a huge amount of interest in it from the general public. And, anybody who's tried to book a specialist appointment, no matter how good your health insurance is, no matter how willing you are to pay cash, there's just not a lot of specialist physicians in the US. So it didn't take long before dermatologists and plastic surgery offices were just overwhelmed by the number of people looking for, relative to other services they provide, something that is relatively small, relatively quick, relatively non-invasive. So that is when a lot of, eye doctors' offices, dentists' offices started adding Botox specifically to their offerings, and other types of treatments like laser hair removal and fillers had sort of come along and become inexpensive enough to be marketed to the general public at the same time. And taken together, those things really just exploded this industry.
I mean, I'm just going to tell you, Tim's really into fillers. I'm just going to tell you that.
Well, speaking of that, I'm so afraid of needles. I assume it involves needles.
Well, that's
no way. Like, needles, not a fan. What's Mar-a-Lago face?
Well, Mar-a-Lago face is...
This is mentioned in your piece.
It's like obscenity. You know it when you see it.
Sound like a certain justice on the Supreme Court.
Yes, this is a term that has become popular recently to describe some of the, Kimberly Guilfoyle, some of the members of the Trump family, Matt Gaetz, who have sort of clearly had Botox or fillers or some laser services or all of the above, and have a very sort of like Real Housewives look. That is like traditionally what I think of it as, because I am a Real Housewives fan from way back.
Me too.
But yeah, it is really this sort of like very tweaked, very plumped, very smooth, shiny, like slightly overfilled. Maybe some of the filler has migrated and you look a little doughy or a little lumpy in the face. Like that, that sort of combination of lots and lots of procedures that have sort of all been sort of layered over time is Mar-a-Lago face, really.
It's big business, though. We're having fun with this, but it is huge business. Yes. And there's also, as most things do have, a little private equity component.
Yes, it is an enormous business. The companies that make Botox and fillers, Allergan, et cetera, have had a huge windfall from developing these products that can be administered, non-surgically in these sort of like not quite doctors' offices types of businesses. And the business itself has exploded with there has been a 6-fold increase in the number of med spa locations in the U.S. since 2010. again. And naturally, like any growing business, private equity has come calling. Some firms have looked to do roll-ups. Some firms have looked to buy larger chains of med spas. It's been a little bit difficult, though. Private equity currently only operates about 3% of the med spas in the United States. Most of them, more than 70%, are one-off owners, sole proprietors. There's some small chains, so it's really been hard for private equity firms who have made such enormous profits in other sectors of healthcare to find businesses that are big enough to be efficiently rolled up. It is a very mom and pop business.
I was trying to come up with some sort of joke.
Were you looking for a med spa near you right now?
Well, I mean, I feel attacked in this story because I live in the neighborhood that she writes about, and I'm never going to be able to walk down the street from the subway to my home without noticing med spas.
You're among friends. It's on your speed dial. Come on, just be cool.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm never going to not notice these things.
No, they are everywhere, and it's pretty wild. Amanda Mull, this is such a great story. We're so glad we could get to you on it and share it with our audience. I feel like everybody needed this story to kind of wrap up the day and the week. Have a great weekend. Be well. Amanda Mull, she's Bloomberg Business Week senior reporter, joining us from Brooklyn.
Hey, people still talking about these markets today, Carol. The S&P 500 finished down 1.7%. Taking a look inside the S&P 500, and we saw a lot of red today. In fact, consumer staples, the only sector that was higher today. Consumer discretionary and information tech really dragged the index lower, with the Mag 7 really dragging things down, Carol.
Yeah, just looking at kind of the trade for the week overall, the S&P down 1.7% this week. Keep in mind it was a shortened holiday trading week, so 4 days. We had Monday off, of course. So the S&P down 1.7% this week. The NASDAQ 100 down 2% for the week overall, and the Dow down about 2.5%. So a lot of what you're seeing in terms of the market declines happened really in today's session, really dragging the trade down.
NVIDIA fell 4% today. Amazon fell 2.8%. Microsoft fell 1.9%. Tesla fell 4.7%. On the other side of things in the S&P 500, I said consumer discretionary. You had Pepsi among the best performers on a points basis in the S&P 500, joined by Johnson & Johnson, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, Philip Morris in there as well.
We should point out, too, we keep a watch on the Treasury market, so important. We did get those Fed minutes this week, but a late rally in the Treasury market did push that yield on the 10-year notes lower for a 6th straight week as we continue to see traders hunting for safety amid lower stock and oil prices. So, that is kind of where we are. So we did see pretty much closing at our lows of the session. We saw volatility or concerns, the VIX, about kind of the overlook, I should say uncertainty in the market. That was up about 2.5 points. So we saw it move up to about 18, starting the day with just above 15. So that creeping in. And we'll see what happens between retail earnings, between NVIDIA, as you pointed out.